Chapter 4018. After a full 12 days, the first round of the 7 Prefectures Feast, the first round of the rookie group competition, finally came to an end. However, that was only the end of the first round. After the first round, there was still the second round, the challenge round. Every person who was defeated in the first round could choose to challenge their opponent in this round. Each person only had one chance to challenge. Until yesterday, after 12 days, the first round of the rookie group finally came to an end. Starting today, the second round of the rookie group will begin. In the air, Elder Lin Donglai of the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect announced with a solemn expression, "In the second round, those who lost in the first round will have one chance to challenge their opponent. You can think of it as the Battle of Resurrection. Next up, those who have lost the first round but still wish to challenge again, raise the jade slip that I gave you earlier above your head. If you don't wish to challenge again, you can choose to infuse your divine energy into the jade slip and destroy it. This will also be considered as you giving up on your right to challenge this round." As Lin Donglai spoke, a group of people raised their jade scrolls. As for those who destroyed their jade scrolls, very few of them did so. Now, I will hand out the numbered tokens and challenge you according to the number on it. In the next instant, as Lin Donglai spoke again, the tokens were thrown into the air one by one. Then, as if they were attracted by the jade scrolls in everyone's hands, they flew directly over. Everyone who raised their jade scrolls received a token. Now, those who received the number 1 token, come up and choose your opponent. I've reminded you before that if there's an opponent in the first round, remember the words on the token in their hand. When you challenge in the second round, you can directly report the words on their token. In the first round, 2 people who received the same engraved words would fight against each other. The winner would leave behind their token. The loser would hand over their token. Those who received the number 1 token are pretty lucky. Duan Lingtian stood among the people from the Chunyang school. He sat cross-legged in the air and looked into the distance. However, he did not cultivate as hard as he did a few days ago. In this round, the person who went up first would definitely have an advantage. After all, he could choose his opponent at will. As for the later contestants, they were limited in their choice of opponents. The last person to enter the arena had very few opponents to choose from. This was because a small number of people had given up. If no one gave up, the last person to enter the arena would have no choice but to challenge the person who was left behind. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan sent him a sound transmission. "A few days ago, even though you were at the 7 Prefectures Feast, you were still working hard to cultivate, but starting from a few days ago, you stopped cultivating. It seems that he has made a breakthrough in his cultivation?" It was no wonder that Zhen Pingfan made such a guess. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian was really too serious. Even though he was at the 7 Prefectures Feast, he was still working hard to cultivate and did not even watch a few matches. When Duan Lingtian heard Zhen Pingfan's words, he could not help but sigh at Zhen Pingfan's sharp eyes. Then, he smiled and sent a sound transmission. "It's just a small improvement. If you want to improve further, it's not something that can be improved in a short period of time. Therefore, it's better to relax appropriately. After all, there's a way to relax." When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan gave him a deep look. "Are you sure it's just a small improvement?" When he thought about how Duan Lingtian had defeated Duan Lingtian of the Mochi family, Zhen Pingfan's heart trembled. With that as a foundation, would there be anyone in the 7 Prefectures Feast who could be a match for Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the person who had obtained the number 1 token also entered the arena. The person who had obtained the number 1 token was a young prodigy from the Underworld Mansion. Duan Lingtian had some impression of him. This was because he had fought with him the day before yesterday. After 100 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. With his strength, it would not be a problem for him to enter the rookie group. The reason he was eliminated in the first round was because his opponent was too strong. He's in the rookie group. It's a sure thing. Everything that happened next was just as Duan Lingtian had guessed. This prodigy from the Underworld Mansion, who was considered quite strong, picked a weaker opponent and defeated him within 30 moves. He replaced his opponent and became a member of the rookie group. Now that he had succeeded in his challenge, no one else could challenge him in the future. It could be said that he had passed the first round of the rookie group competition. I wonder if anyone will challenge me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After thinking about it, Duan Lingtian began to look forward to it. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a cold voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The voice sounded familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it before. However, when he tilted his head slightly, Duan Lingtian saw who had sent him the voice transmission. It was Mochi Hong, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Mochi family. He was the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in Tonglung province. When Duan Lingtian looked at Mochi Hong and met his eyes, Mochi Hong continued to send him the voice transmission. I originally planned to pretend to be defeated by someone else in the first round. Then I would challenge you and defeat you so that you would not be able to compete for the top 10 spots for Chunyang School. However, after thinking about it, I decided to spare you this time. I don't want Chunyang School to act out of desperation. The current Chunyang School was no longer the Chunyang School of the past. Even if Mochi Hong saw Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, and Chunyang School as his enemies, he had to take this into consideration. When Duan Lingtian heard Mochi Hong's voice transmission, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Mochi Hong deeply. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile as he replied indifferently through voice transmission. Based on what you said, it seems like you've made some progress in the past 10 years? However, I don't think you're afraid of Chunyang School just because you don't want to fight with me at this time, right? You and the Mochi family don't dare to take the risk, right? Duan Lingtian's words exposed Mochi Hong's situation, causing Mochi Hong's expression to turn grim. He did not say anything else after he said some harsh words. Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely defeat you in the top 10 ranking battle. Mochi Hong's voice was extremely cold. I'll wait and see. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently. At the same time, he wondered how much Mochi Hong's strength had improved. How could he be so confident? However, even if Mochi Hong had improved, he was not afraid. After all, Mochi Hong's improvement might not be as great as his. Even if Mochi Hong's improvement was greater than his, it would be impossible for him to defeat him. At the same time, the challenges in the field were also in full swing. After #1's challenge was successful, #2's challenge was also successful. #3's challenge was also successful. When #7 went up and chose an opponent, both of them were evenly matched. However, he was still defeated after exchanging more than 100 moves. He was also the first person to fail in his challenge. At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard many Chunyang School's disciples talking. #7 has tried his best. He's not strong to begin with. Although the opponent he chose is not strong, he's obviously weaker. I suddenly thought of something. If the weaker person was challenged by an even weaker person, wouldn't this round be a sure thing? That makes sense. In this round, there will definitely be people with decent strength who have a chance to enter the rookie group. However, because of this situation, they will not be able to enter the rookie group. That's not very fair, right? There's nothing unfair about it. Luck is actually considered a part of strength. Just like us, even if our natural talent and comprehension are similar, would our results be the same? That might not be the case. Indeed. Moreover, those with strong strength will definitely be able to enter the rookie group this time. There's no doubt about it. Those who have strength but can't enter are those who are slightly stronger than the average person but have bad luck. The second segment of the rookie group, which was the challenge segment and the revival segment, lasted for an entire 7 days. After 7 days, the rookie group's name list was completely confirmed. There were a total of 816 people. In other words, there were a total of 1,600 people participating in the 7 prefectures feast this time. Half of them were currently on the rookie group's name list. There are still many people who are not convinced. Just like what Duan Lingtian had heard from the group of Pure Sun Sect's disciples 7 days ago, when the final list of the rookie group was announced, many people were not convinced. They felt that some people who were weaker than them had been challenged before, and the people who challenged them were even weaker, to the extent that they did not even have the chance to challenge them. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to replace them. Because many people were not convinced, they gathered together. The number of people was not small, more than 100 people. Moreover, these people gathered together to look for the host of the 7 prefectures feast this time, the elder of the Flame Howl sect, Lin Donglai. However, Lin Donglai only had one sentence for these people. If any of you have the confidence to enter the top 30, I'll give you a spot on the rookie list. However, if I give you a spot and you still don't enter the top 30, then destroy your own cultivation. What do you think? As soon as Lin Donglai said this, he immediately persuaded everyone to back down. Of course, among these people, there were still some who were not convinced and wanted to seek help from their elders. However, their elders did not pay any attention to them. The rules of the 7 prefectures feast were not something that happened in a day or two. They had long known about it, so why would they stand up for the juniors? Currently, the 7 prefectures feast was being held in the mysterious Jade Prefecture. If they interfered this time, in the future, if the 7 prefectures feast was held in their prefecture and the same situation occurred, what would they do if others came to them? Therefore, this storm, which was originally not a small one, quickly calmed down. Luck is indeed a part of one's strength. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with this point. Even if he came from the mundane realm, he did not dare to say that he relied on his talent, comprehension, and hard work. Luck played a large part in it. Part of the reason he was where he was today was also due to luck. Chapter 4019. The battle for the rookie group lasted for 19 days. After the final list was decided, everyone rested for 3 days before continuing with the second round of the 7 prefectures feast. The first round was the rookie group battle. The second round was the elite group battle. The rules for the elite group battle were the same as the rookie group battle. They followed the same pattern and eliminated half of the participants. Duan Ling, you won't get the word ugly this time, right? Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile when everyone was present, including Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures feast. He did not send a telepathic message and said it directly. Instantly, the group from Chunyang School looked at Duan Lingtian and either laughed or tried to hold back their laughter. Duan Lingtian could not help but roll his eyes when he heard that. Elder Zhen, the word is not important. The most important thing is to advance. At this moment, Lin Donglai announced that the battle for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast was about to begin and that it was time to distribute the engraved tokens. All 816 prodigies are ready, Lin Donglai announced loudly. Lin Donglai said in a clear voice, "Take out the token from the rookie competition. Extend your god power through the token, and you can use the new token to send it over. The second round of the elite group battle will be based on the new token. This token has 816 words. It will not be the same as the previous one." With that, Lin Donglai gave the 816 prodigies a few breaths' time to prepare. Then he threw out a bunch of tokens. There were 816 prodigies in total, which corresponded to 816 tokens. Of course, no words could be seen on the tokens this time. The words would only appear when the prodigies infused their divine power into them. As for making the words appear in the air, this situation would not happen because Lin Donglai was there. He could completely control this and prevent the people from revealing the words on the token in advance. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai threw out the token, Duan Lingtian and the others moved. They extended their divine power through the token in their hands and pulled one of the many tokens toward them. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate like before, and he directly snatched a command token and brought it back. I hesitated for a moment earlier, and in the end, a token with the word ugly appeared. Now that I've done it decisively, the words on the token should be more normal, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment the token entered Duan Lingtian's hand, he noticed that many of the Pure Sun sect's disciples were looking at him. Even Zhen Pingfan was looking at him as though he wanted to stir up trouble. Duan Lingtian, what are the words on the token this time? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. The others also looked a little curious. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he said indifferently, This time, I don't plan to reveal the words before it's my turn. In any case, when a word is called, if only one person goes up and no one goes up after a long time, it'll definitely be my turn. It doesn't matter if the words on the token don't appear. Even if they appear, I can confirm it when the time comes. With the previous experience, Duan Lingtian didn't intend to reveal the words on the token this time. Although he didn't think there would be a problem with the words on the token this time, he still didn't intend to reveal them. Don't you all want to see it? I won't give you a chance. Didn't you laugh so hard just now? This time, if I don't let you see it, let's see how you laugh. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the crowd was naturally disappointed. Zhen Pingfan said unhappily, "Can't you satisfy everyone's curiosity? When you were in the rookie group, you were unlucky and got the word ugly. This time, it might not be a special word." Zhen Pingfan emphasized the word special. However, Duan Lingtian just ignored him. He remembered that when he got the word ugly earlier, Elder Zhen was the one who smiled the brightest. Zhen Pingfan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian again, but he could only give up when he saw how stubborn Duan Lingtian was. "You rascal, if you do this, you might get another strange word. I'll wait and see what kind of word you get." Zhen Pingfan snorted. After he said that, he stopped trying to persuade Duan Lingtian. His eyes followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked ahead. There were already two people fighting in the arena. One of them was from Tonglung Province. He was a prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect. This prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect had a strong performance in the rookie group. He defeated his opponent within 10 moves. His opponent wasn't weak either. The reason for that was because the opponent that he had eliminated had challenged others later on and also obtained victory, entering the rookie list. These two will have no problem entering the elite group. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he saw that the two of them were evenly matched after exchanging more than 10 moves. In the end, after 100 moves, the prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect managed to defeat his opponent with a strategy based on his combat experience. Naturally, his opponent had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Despicable. Although the prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect was cursing, the others did not think that the prodigy from the Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect had gone overboard. After all, he did not use any methods that violated the rules. Then Lin Donglai spoke again, and two more people went into the arena. This time, the disparity was too great. They finished their battle within 20 moves. When it came to the 12th battle, the prodigy from the Chunyang school who had not made a move until now finally moved. The prodigy from the Chunyang school's hidden sword faction, Yi Chitsai, stepped forward. Yi Chitsai's performance in the rookie group was stunning. He defeated his opponent within 2 moves. Moreover, his opponent was not an ordinary prodigy. When he was revived in the rookie group, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves and regained his position. Now, Yi Chitsai had a calm expression on his face. It was as though he was not affected by his background. Tonglung Province, Wang Yishan from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Yi Chitsai's opponent was the first to announce his background. At the same time, he grinned at Yi Chitsai. "Brother, I see that you're from the Chunyang school. Speaking of which, we're both from Tonglung Province. I've seen you fight before. I'm no match for you. However, I don't want to embarrass the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, so I hope that you'll show me some mercy." Yi Chitsai's opponent was a young man. He was looking at Yi Chitsai with a smile, but deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of helplessness. He had seen Yi Chitsai's strength. He was no match for him. Moreover, long before the 7 Prefectures feast, he had heard of Yi Chitsai, the prodigy from the Chunyang school. He was comparable to the most outstanding prodigies under the age of 10,000 in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Chunyang School, Tonglung Province, Yi Chitsai. Yi Chitsai said indifferently. Yi Chitsai said indifferently. His face looked calm, but deep inside his eyes, there was a flash of coldness. They're both from Tonglung Province. This is going to be interesting. Every time, as long as people from the same prefectures faced each other, many people from other prefectures would be happy to watch. It would be even more interesting if people from the same power met each other. People from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. At the same time, he felt sorry for Yi Chizai. He probably didn't know that Yi Chizai had a blood feud with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Otherwise, he would have admitted defeat. Uncle Yi, will you be okay? Zhen Pingfan asked Yi Chenfeng in a low voice. His expression was serious. I'm fine. Yi Chenfeng shook his head and said calmly, Lin Donglai isn't very strong, but it's not difficult for him to deal with a sudden situation between two juniors. That's true. Zhen Pingfan nodded. No matter what, Lin Donglai is still a medium emperor god. What's wrong? Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the side, heard their conversation. Yi Chenfeng glanced at him and smiled. Senior brother Lu, it's nothing. It's just that this grand disciple of mine already knows who killed his father and his family. Back then, when Yi Chenfeng brought Yi Chizai back to Chunyang School, all the higher-ups of Chunyang School, including Lu Fenggu, knew about Yi Chizai's background. Yi Chizai's family was killed by the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Lu Fenggu's expression changed slightly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. Didn't you promise not to tell him the truth back then? If the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finds out, I'm not the one who told him. Yi Chenfeng shook his head. He found out himself. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. His surviving relatives were still in the city where we stopped. His mother and his twin brother. Yi Chenfeng's face was filled with emotion. When Lu Fenggu heard Yi Chenfeng's words, he could not help but look deeply at Yi Chenfeng. He did not believe that this was a coincidence. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? This must have been arranged by Yi Chenfeng in advance. However, when he thought about Yi Chenfeng's current strength, he did not say anything more. Even if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew about this, there was nothing they could do to Yi Chenfeng. If they forced Yi Chenfeng into a corner, he could just go to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and kill a few god emperors. Moreover, judging from Yi Chenfeng's words, it was obvious that he had already thought of a backup plan. He would not leave any evidence that could be used against him. Why bother? He's still young. What if he's destroyed by such a big grudge? Lu Fenggu sighed. One can only rise above others after suffering the hardest. Yi Chenfeng smiled. Although it was my disciple, Yi Tong's idea, I still agree with it. Senior brother Lu, you must have noticed Yang Qinye from Ping Xing's branch, right? Yi Chenfeng asked with a smile. Lu Fenggu nodded. I didn't expect Yang Qinye to be so talented. He has already become a middle-level god emperor. Moreover, it seems like he has already consolidated his cultivation base. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, this was a little unbelievable. Senior brother Lu, do you know why Yang Qinye was able to rise so quickly in such a short time? It's because his father died. He wants to avenge his father, so he urgently needs to become stronger? Yi Chenfeng asked again. Chapter 40-20. There's such a thing? Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. No wonder. However, even so, it shouldn't be enough to provoke him to this extent, right? Of course. Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. There must be another reason behind this. You should know who his master is, right? His master had a few disciples in the past, but they suddenly disappeared and died for some reason. Yi Chenfeng paused for a moment before he looked at Lu Fenggu meaningfully. You're saying Yang Qinye's improvement has something to do with his master, Yuan Hanjin? Lu Fenggu's eyes narrowed. Yi Chenfeng nodded. Apart from that, the death of Yang Qinye's father, Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect, is most likely related to Yuan Hanjin as well. Yuan Hanjin wasn't in the sect when the sect leader of the Thousand Devil sect died. I've used the sect's mirror image formation to take a look. At that time, Yuan Hanjin intentionally concealed himself when he left. He didn't make a big fuss about it. Lu Fenggu's expression changed as soon as he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. Isn't he afraid of being bitten to death by the wolf? Perhaps he thinks Yang Qinye will never know the truth. Yi Chenfeng shrugged. Naturally, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were communicating through voice transmission. Therefore, the people around them could not hear them at all. Moreover, This was a sensitive matter. They had to be careful. They were not afraid of Yuan Hanjin since they were not afraid of him. However, Yuan Hanjin's father, Yuan Pingxing, was a figure of their generation. Moreover, he was also a middle god emperor. They had a good relationship with Yuan Pingxing. Even if it was for Yuan Pingxing's sake, they would not easily reveal this matter. Moreover, they did not have any conclusive evidence. Even if they said Yuan Hanjin was a suspect, he could only remain a suspect. Without sufficient evidence, Yuan Hanjin could say it was a coincidence. It was difficult to say for sure. Moreover, since Yuan Hanjin had done it, he must have done it cleanly without leaving any traces behind. Even if that's the case, what does it have to do with Yi Yingkai? Lu Fenggu asked. I plan to wait until the 7 prefectures feast is over, then I'll look for senior apprentice brother Pingxing to discuss whether or not Yuan Hanjin can help Yingkai and follow Yang Qianye's path. Yi Yingkai said, before Yang Qianye he should have tested several disciples, but they all failed. Until Yang Qianye he should have succeeded. My guess is that it should be some place that has some miraculous effect on the younger generation, and Yuan Hanjin happens to know that place. Yi Yingkai guessed. Hearing you say that, I think of a possibility. Lu Fenggu exchanged a glance with Yi Yingkai, then both of them simultaneously sent a voice transmission to each other. The most powerful divine palace. The two of them spoke at the same time. You want to throw Yi Yingkai into the divine abode as well? Aren't you afraid that he won't make it? Lu Fenggu said with a solemn expression. I don't know him as well as my disciple, Yi Tong. But according to Yi Tong, once he walks on the path of vengeance, his willpower is as strong as Yang Qianye's. Yi Chenfeng said. Lu Fenggu sucked in a cold breath. Senior brother Lu. Yi Chenfeng smiled and said through voice transmission, do you have any suitable seedlings in the tyrannical saber progeny? If you need them, I can discuss it with senior brother Pingxing and give you a spot. I don't need it. Lu Fenggu retorted, none of my disciples have ever held a grudge against anyone. However, if Yang Qianye's father is really Yuan Hanjin's doing, we can't let this evil trend continue. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Yi Chenfeng picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Then, he said through voice transmission, Senior brother Lu, why don't you kill him for the sake of the sect? Lu Fenggu's expression froze for a moment before he glared at Yi Chenfeng. Do you want junior brother Pingxing to fight me to the death? Isn't that enough? Yi Chenfeng said lazily, senior brother Pingxing can just give him some pointers. If he does it again, we won't let him off so easily. This time, consider it as giving senior brother Pingxing a chance to turn over a new leaf, Yi Chenfeng said. Lu Fenggu nodded. He knew very well that this was the best he could do for now. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, his junior brother Pingxing might not let him off so easily. Yuan Hanjin was his only son. While Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were talking through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian thought Yi Yingkai would not show any mercy. In fact, he might even be ruthless. However, Yi Yingcai's attack proved Duan Lingtian right. Yi Yingcai's strength was already stronger than the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. Now that he had unleashed his full strength, his prodigy was instantly overwhelmed. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness was sent flying backward with blood gushing out of his mouth. During this process, an invisible energy swept past and destroyed more than half of Yi Yingcai's strength. Otherwise, Yi Yingcai's earlier attack would have been enough to kill the prodigy. Yi Yingkai, do you have a grudge against him? Lin Donglai looked at Yi Yingkai and asked through voice transmission. After all, Yi Yingkai was a prodigy from Chunyang School. Moreover, he seemed to be the disciple of Yi Chenfeng, the prodigy of Hidden Sword in Chunyang School. Therefore, Lin Donglai did not say it out loud. Grudge. Yi Yingkai only replied to Lin Donglai with one sentence. Then he turned around and left the arena. Clearly, he knew that he could not kill the prodigy with Lin Donglai around. Meanwhile, the prodigy from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness finally caught his breath. His face was pale and he stared at Yi Yingkai from afar. He asked in a deep voice, Yi Yingkai, why did you try to kill me? This is the first time I've seen you. There can't be a grudge between us, right? Just now, he had escaped from a life-and-death situation, leaving him with a lingering fear. However, he was also incomparably furious and felt that it was ridiculous. However, Ying Kai did not respond to his question. On his way back, Ying Kai glanced at the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. A cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness were also paying attention to Yi Chenfeng. When Ying Kai tried to kill their prodigy, their expressions changed. Some of them even stood up with ugly expressions and cold gazes. At this moment, when they saw the cold light in Ying Kai's eyes, other than a few of the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, they were also confused. The rest of the prodigies who knew something looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Is this Ying Kai the bastard who survived back then? At that time, it was Yi Chenfeng from Chunyang School who protected him. Could it be that he knows something? Otherwise, why would he do such a thing to someone he met for the first time? He didn't seem to be that ruthless when he attacked earlier. Could it be that Yi Chenfeng told him about his background? If that's the case, Chunyang School has to take responsibility for this. I don't think so. Let's find out what happened first. When Ying Kai returned to Chunyang School, the prodigies from Chunyang School, except for Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu and Zhen Pingfan, were all looking at him in shock. They didn't know why he was so ruthless. Yi Chenfeng did attack earlier, but he was very gentle and stopped in time. He didn't even injure the prodigy. However, he killed the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. They could all see that. If Lin Donglai hadn't intervened, the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would have died without a doubt. Even the most powerful leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness couldn't save him in time. Elder Yi. A deep voice entered Yi Chenfeng's ears. It was the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. The leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Ren Tiechio, didn't look very good at this moment. Did you tell him about Ying Kai's background? Back then, you promised that you wouldn't let him know about it, and Chunyang School wouldn't nurture an enemy for the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Hearing Ren Tiechio's voice transmission and seeing Ren Tiechio's ugly expression, Yi Chenfeng looked up and glanced at him indifferently. He replied through voice transmission, I didn't tell him. However, I can tell you clearly that he does know the truth back then. He ran into his twin brother when he was outside. Then he saw his mother and learned the truth. I'm telling you this and explaining this not because I'm afraid of you or the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, but because I'm responsible for the promise I made back then. Also, you can investigate, but once you find out that it's his mother and twin brother, you can't do anything to them. If I find out that something happened to them, if anything happens to one of them, I'll kill a god emperor from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Well, it might not be a lesser god emperor. Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. Hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Ren Tiechio's expression changed drastically, and a cold light shot out of his eyes. Yi Chenfeng, are you threatening me and the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? You can think of it that way. Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly. If you're not convinced, you and I can spar after the seven-mansion feast. Yi Chenfeng's words immediately calmed Ren Tiechio down. Thinking of Yi Chenfeng's current strength, Ren Tiechio's face turned pale, but he did not show any signs of weakness. Yi Chenfeng, if they do anything to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, we won't sit still and do nothing. That includes Ying Kai from the Hidden Sword lineage. If he dares to touch anyone from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, we won't let him go. If you really want to protect him, you'd better be prepared for Chunyang School to completely fall out with the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. No matter how strong you are, can you protect everyone in Chunyang School all the time? Hearing Ren Tiechio's words, Yi Chenfeng was not angry. He said calmly, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness can attack him, but only if you're not older than 5,000 years old. If such a person kills him, I won't pursue the matter, and neither will Chunyang School. Otherwise, if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness is found, I'll personally go to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness and kill 3 god emperors. Chapter 4021. killing 3 god emperors. Yi Qianfeng's words made Ren Tietio's expression turn extremely ugly. He did not expect Yi Qianfeng to be so forceful in this matter. He was willing to fall out with the alliance of benevolence and righteousness for a grand disciple? However, Yi Qianfeng's words did give him some hope and gave him some face. Therefore, even though he was still extremely displeased, he didn't say anything else. If Yi Qianfeng had dared to say this in the past, he would have retorted. Although he was no match for Yi Qianfeng in the past, it would not be easy for Yi Qianfeng to defeat him. Moreover, he would have to pay a certain price. However, Yi Qianfeng now had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul. He had completely left him in the dust. In fact, if Yi Qianfeng wanted to kill him in a battle of life and death, he might not be able to escape. I hope you remember what you said today. After a long while, Ren Tietio finally spoke to Yi Qianfeng telepathically. This was also the last sentence he said to Yi Qianfeng. Yi Qianfeng did not reply, and he did not speak again. No one knew about the telepathic conversation between Yi Qianfeng and Ren Tietio. However, after Yi Inkai killed the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness became extremely hostile toward Yi Inkai and the people from Chunyang School. If we meet the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness later, I'm afraid they'll be ruthless as well. A disciple from Chunyang School mumbled. His words received the approval of the crowd. Some people even glanced at Yi Inkai with resentment. If Yi Inkai had not gone too far, the young prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would not be hostile toward them. Of course, although they were resentful, no one said anything. Not to mention that Yi Inkai was from the Hidden Sword Branch, and the Hidden Sword Branch's ancestor was present. Even if Yi Inkai was just an ordinary disciple from Chunyang School, they could not say anything. If they said anything, wouldn't they be admitting that they were afraid of the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Their Chunyang School was not inferior to the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. As a disciple of Chunyang School, how could they be a burden to the sect? After the battle between Yi Inkai and the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, the competition for the elite group continued. For the rest of the day, no one from the Chunyang School fought against the prodigies from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. This disappointed many powerful prodigies from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. I originally planned to kill the Chunyang School's disciples if they were weaker than me. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be given a chance. A relatively strong genius from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance said disappointedly after defeating his opponent. Don't worry, there's still some time before the competition for the elite group begins. There aren't many people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice today. In the future, there's a high chance that we'll meet people from Chunyang School. After all, there's only so much power in each prefecture. I actually hope that I can meet someone from Chunyang School. Of course, that Duan Lingtian and a few others who are similar in strength to Yingkai are an exception. I'm not afraid of anyone else. Just wait and see. Today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness will definitely get back at them. The prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice this time were the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. They were usually very arrogant. Today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had suffered such a huge loss, which made them very unhappy. Of course, even though they were unhappy, they still understood the principle of picking the weakest among them. As for the people from Chunyang School, apart from a few weaker prodigies who hoped that they would not meet the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, the rest of the people who were confident in their strength were not afraid at all. When the sun set, the competition for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast was suspended. The people from the various forces dispersed one after another. Duan Lingtian also returned to his place. Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian's surprise, Zhen Pingfan came looking for him as soon as he returned to his courtyard. Elder Zhen, what's the matter? Let's talk inside. Zhen Pingfan greeted Duan Lingtian. Then, he walked into Duan Lingtian's wooden house as if he was the owner. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled. Why was Elder Zhen looking for him? Why did he come looking for him personally? After all, ever since the 7 prefectures feast began, Zhen Pingfan had never taken the initiative to look for him. This was the first time. Without hesitation, Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan into the wooden house. Then he saw Zhen Pingfan casually toss out a formation plate. An isolation formation isolated the two of them inside. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly serious. Elder Zhen was most likely doing this because he had something important to say. Otherwise, he would not have set up a formation. There was only one possibility for Elder Zhen to set up a formation. That was, what he was going to say next was extremely important. He was even worried that an existence above the level of a middle god emperor would eavesdrop. After all, with Zhen Pingfan's cultivation and strength, it would be difficult for a lower god emperor to eavesdrop on him. Only an existence above the level of a middle god emperor would be able to eavesdrop on him without him noticing. Elder Zhen, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan in confusion. However, the serious expression on his face did not disappear. Duan Lingtian. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, "Martial Uncle Yi asked me to look for you." Elder Yi? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. That Elder Yi, why couldn't he just look for him if there was anything? Why did he ask Zhen Pingfan to do it for him? He could not understand. He did not seem to be so distant with Elder Yi, did he? When Zhen Pingfan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian guessed the reason why Yi Chenfeng did not look for him personally. He was worried that it would affect Duan Lingtian's subjective decision. Ultimate Divine Palace? Yang Qinya's strength has undergone such a drastic change in such a short time. It's most likely because of the Ultimate Divine Palace? His master, Yuan Hanjin, seems to know the location of the Ultimate Divine Palace. In the past, those disciples of his who went missing and perished, most likely perished in there? This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard of the Ultimate Divine Palace. It was only when Zhen Pingfan explained it to him did he realize what kind of existence it was. It was a special spatial artifact used by the Ultimate Divine Palace to nurture their disciples or descendants. Ultimate Divine Palaces were not given away by the Ultimate Divine Palace. However, the Ultimate Divine Palaces left behind by the fallen Ultimate Divine Palaces would be scattered all over the realm of gods. Most likely, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were casually thrown into the realm of gods by the Ultimate Divine Palaces who killed the Ultimate Divine Palaces. For example, the Shengang land he was in now was actually the little world of Ultimate Divine Palaces. The Ultimate Divine Palaces that appeared in the Shengang land could only have been casually thrown in by the Ultimate Divine Palaces by the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Due to the restrictions, the Ultimate Divine Palaces had no use for them. Therefore, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were casually thrown into the little world of gods by the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Of course, whether the Ultimate Divine Palaces could be obtained depended on whether the Ultimate Divine Palaces could withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces. There was no problem with the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Even if there was a problem, the Ultimate Divine Palaces would not use them to nurture their descendants. However, it was precisely because they considered that if they died, the Ultimate Divine Palaces that they spent a great deal of effort to refine would benefit other Ultimate Divine Palaces. Therefore, the Ultimate Divine Palaces were usually tampered with during the process of refining. They were not extreme measures. As long as one could withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces, they could still enjoy everything inside. It was not that there were no people who could do that, but there were very, very few of them. At the very least, it was absolutely impossible for a young person who had Ultimate Divine Palaces as their backer to withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Because of this, even if another Ultimate Divine Palaces were to obtain the Ultimate Divine Palaces left behind by the Ultimate Divine Palaces they had killed, they would usually directly abandon them. Based on the principle of keeping the goodies within the family, they would not casually throw them away. Instead, they would throw them into the little world of gods within their own little world. This is the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Elder Yi asked you to come here because he wanted to ask me if I was interested in the Ultimate Divine Palaces. Or rather, do you have the confidence to withstand the impact of the Ultimate Divine Palaces? Yes. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Senior Uncle Yi did not come to find you personally mainly because he was afraid that you would feel a certain amount of pressure because of him coming to find you personally, and thus make a rash decision. He asked me to come find you so that you can be mentally prepared. You can't act recklessly in this matter. If you can withstand it, you will naturally have a fortuitous encounter. However, if you can't withstand it, being crippled is a small matter. There is an 80 to 90% chance that you will die in there. Moreover, it will be the kind of death that will not even leave behind a corpse. Zhen Pingfan said. After his voice fell, he continued, of course, according to Senior Uncle Yi, he has not yet gone to find Senior Uncle Ping Xing, so he does not know if the ultimate divine palaces found by Yuan Hanjin can allow a medium divine emperor to enter. After all, when Yang Qinya went in, he was only a lower divine emperor. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. The ultimate divine palaces have a restriction on the cultivation of those who enter? Normally speaking, it shouldn't be a problem for a mid-level divine emperor to enter. But no one knows how much energy has been consumed in that divine palace. Once too much energy has been consumed, perhaps only a low-level divine emperor can enter. As for Senior Uncle Yi, he has spoken to Ying Kai. He said that as long as he can enter, he will definitely enter. He wants to avenge his father and family. He is very determined. If he enters the ultimate divine palaces, there is a high chance that he will come out alive. As for you, I don't really recommend you to go. Zhen Pingfan's expression became more serious as he spoke. With your talent and comprehension, as well as the achievements you have shown at your current age, there is no need for you to take such a big risk. There is no hurry to improve your strength. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, if he were Duan Lingtian, he would definitely choose to cultivate steadily for a period of time rather than risk entering the incomplete ultimate divine palaces. Based on his understanding of Duan Lingtian, he knew that Duan Lingtian was a smart person. He felt that Duan Lingtian would make the same choice. However, just in case, he still reminded Duan Lingtian. Chapter 4022. At this moment, Zhen Fanfan did not notice the longing in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes when he described the supreme divine dwellings. Will impact? He also carried a blood feud with him. Some of his friends had died because of Yun Qingyan from the Yun family in the divine offering land. Sooner or later, he would settle the score with Yun Qingyan. Besides, reuniting with his wife, Ke, had always been his motivation to move forward. His will was so strong that it was hard for ordinary people to imagine it. The test of will in the ultimate divine dwelling isn't difficult for me. Duan Lingtian was very confident in himself. For this reason, when Zhen Fan thought Duan Lingtian would decline, Duan Lingtian immediately agreed. Elder Zhen, please tell Elder Yi that I'm interested in the supreme divine dwellings. If there's a chance to enter it, I won't miss it. Duan Lingtian said with a serious expression. Zhen Pingfan's expression froze when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He smiled bitterly and said, Duan Ling, didn't I persuade you earlier? There's no need to rush. Given your talent and comprehension, even if you can walk out of the ultimate divine dwelling alive, you'll only improve a little in a short period of time. As long as you spend more time, you can achieve the same improvement. The test of will in the ultimate divine dwelling is more dangerous than you think. Otherwise, Yuan Hanjin wouldn't have lost so many of his disciples. It wasn't until Yang Qinya entered the ultimate divine dwelling that Yuan Hanjin had a disciple who came out alive. Zhen Pingfan still wanted to persuade Duan Lingtian. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. So far, the ultimate divine dwelling is just Elder Ye's guess, isn't it? How confident is he that Elder Yuan Hanjin from Ping Sheng's faction has mastered the ultimate divine dwelling? More than 90%. Zhen Pingfan said confidently. It's hard to think of a reasonable way to get to know him. Understood. While Duan Lingtian nodded, a light flashed in his mind. He thought of the strangeness of the death of Yang Qinya's father, Lan Qing, and his face suddenly froze. In the next instant he looked at Zhen Pingfan and said in a low voice, Elder Zhen, tell me, is there anyone who is willing to kill the father of a disciple for the sake of their own obsession? In the past, Duan Lingtian had heard that some people would personally wipe out the family of the disciple so that the disciple could serve the sect without any worries, or in order to keep the disciple in the sect and not let the disciple go back to revitalize the family, they would personally wipe out the family of the disciple so that the disciple could serve the sect without any worries. The latter happened more often, and he had heard of it a few times. Although he had not heard of the former, it was not impossible. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan was stunned at first. Then he looked at him deeply and said, "Duan Lingnan, there are some things that you should keep to yourself. If you say it out loud, you have to bear the consequences of saying it out loud. I'll pretend that I didn't hear you. In the end, I can only say that it is not impossible." When he heard the first part of Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian's face was still a little dignified, but when Zhen Pingfan's last sentence came out, his dignified face suddenly collapsed. This elder Zhen was simply more fickle than a woman. In the time it took to say a few words, he had completely changed. "The sect doesn't care?" Duan Lingtian asked with a slight frown. If things were as he guessed, then shouldn't the Chunyang school take care of this matter? Otherwise, as a teacher, in order to let a disciple become a talent and satisfy his own obsession, could he harm the family of his disciple? Evidence. Zhen Pingfan said lightly, "If you want the sect to take care of it, you must first have evidence, and it must be conclusive evidence. If it's just speculation and some alibi, it's not enough to convict a Jade Void Elder of such a crime." Although Yuan Hanjin was not an emperor god, he was still one of the best among the high-level divine emperors. In the Chunyang school, his status was second only to Elder Jing Su, a Jade Void Elder. Moreover, don't forget, the ancestor of Pingxing's lineage, Yuan Pingxing. Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian heard this and nodded solemnly. He naturally knew Yuan Pingxing. Not only was he the ancestor of Pingxing's lineage, but he was also the only emperor god in Pingxing's lineage, and he was a middle-level emperor god. In the Chunyang school, his status was equivalent to that of Elder Zhen's father. So, it's fine if you have your own speculation about this matter, but you must not spread it. Once the news spreads, if you don't have conclusive evidence, then it will be slander. In the Chunyang school, slandering a Jade Void Elder is a serious crime. Zhen Pingfan reminded him. "I understand." Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. Although this matter did not happen to him, he still felt extremely disgusted by such a deformed role model. Of course, the reason why he thought of this was because he knew about Yang Qianye and knew Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. Long Qingchong had no motive to kill Yang Qianye's father. Moreover, he had said that if Yang Qianye wanted to verify it, he could go to the Tianlong clan. He would show Yang Qianye the difference in his methods. Since he had said so, Long Qingchong was basically cleared of suspicion. We've strayed from the topic. Zhen Pingfan glared at Duan Lingtian and said, "Just now, we were talking about you entering the divine abode. I don't recommend you enter it." Zhen Pingfan said. "Don't worry, Elder Zhen. I'm confident." Duan Lingtian smiled. Everyone who goes in has confidence in themselves. But how many of them can come out alive? Zhen Pingfan shook his head. Don't be too naive. Some people are willing to go in and risk their lives because if they don't, they might be seriously injured or die in the next heavenly tribulation. In such a desperate situation, it's not a bad thing to risk it. But there's no need to risk your life. You're not even 3,000 years old yet. You have all the time in the world. Duan Lingtian felt bitter when he heard Zhen Pingfan's last sentence. He had all the time in the world? Elder Zhen, it's a long story, but for me, I don't have enough time. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, "So, as long as there's a chance to enter the divine abode, I'll definitely enter it." When he said this, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan looked at each other. The determination in their eyes made Zhen Pingfan shake his head and sigh. "I understand. I'll tell Junior Uncle Yi now." Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian nodded. "Elder Zhen, I know you don't want me to take the risk and you're worried that I'll die in there, but what I want to tell you is that I relied on my willpower to achieve what I have today in such a short time. Some things and some people have invisibly spurred me on to move forward. I have two choices. One is to enter the ultimate God realm in a day, but there's a 50% chance that I'll die. The other choice is to be content with the status quo. I'll choose the first choice, Duan Lingtian said in a low voice. Even now, his progress was not slow, but he still did not have much hope of entering the ultimate God realm in 300 years. If he could not become an ultimate god, his existence was not worth mentioning at all to the two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The two ultimate god clans in the world of divine remains. The Xia clan and the Yun clan. These were the motivations that spurred him on. Zhen Pingfan soon left. He had achieved his goal of looking for Duan Lingtian. Although it was hard to imagine what spurred Duan Lingtian to move forward and even risk entering the supreme divine abode, moreover, according to Duan Lingtian, even if there was a 50% chance of becoming an ultimate god, he would not miss such an opportunity if he failed. Everyone has their own story. It seems that Duan Lingtian was not only able to come this far because of his talent and comprehension. Zhen Pingfan sighed to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not say what the reason was, and he did not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. I hope he can enter the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast this time. That way, his future path will be easier. Entering the top 3 and fighting for 3 spots for the sect. The sect will not treat him badly. It'll be a great help to him. Thinking of this, Zhen Pingfan suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, in the elite group competition, what are the words on the token he obtained? He did not inject his divine power to read the words on it. Now that he's alone, he must have read it secretly, right? Duan Lingtian naturally did not know what Zhen Pingfan was thinking after he left. As for the token that had not been inscribed with divine power to display the words on it, he had already forgotten about it. He was now thinking about the supreme divine abode. Yang Qianye has only broken through to the lower divine emperor realm not long ago. With his talent, it would be difficult for him to become an intermediate divine emperor without a few hundred years. However, he managed to break through in just a few decades. The supreme divine abode is so powerful. If I go in, maybe I'll come out as an upper divine emperor? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He was excited and even felt that the 7 prefectures banquet had become boring. However, Duan Lingtian quickly calmed down. Calm down, calm down. Elder Zhen also said that he is not sure if the supreme divine abode can withstand the entry of a middle divine emperor or higher. If only lower divine emperors can enter, Yingkai and I will not stand a chance. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's restless heart calmed down slightly. However, it was almost impossible to completely calm down. Unless his hope was cut off. I almost forgot about it. After calming down, Duan Lingtian thought of the 7 prefectures banquet and the token that he had forgotten. Previously, he had wanted to inject his divine power to read the words on it. Let's see. Duan Lingtian took out the token and injected his divine power into it. Soon, a word appeared on the token. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's calm expression froze. His eyes became somewhat dangerous. Chapter 4023. Early in the morning, everything came to life, and the scenery was picturesque. Duan Lingtian, as if nothing had happened, followed the Chunyang school group to the 7 prefectures feast. When he saw Zhen Pingfan, he was calm, not at all like someone who had just learned about the existence of the ultimate divine abode and had a chance to enter it. However, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take a few more glances at the figure in front of him. This person was none other than Yang Qianye's master, Yuan Hanjin, the only son of Yuan Pingxing, the ancestor of the Chunyang school's Pingxing branch. He was also a Jade Void Elder in the Chunyang school. Even before this, Duan Lingtian had heard of him and knew that he was the most promising high-level divine emperor in the Chunyang school to become a god emperor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously looked at Yang Qianye and was surprised to find that Yang Qianye was also staring at Yuan Hanjin's back. There was no respect in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of suspicion. This scene made Duan Lingtian's heart skip a beat. Could it be that Yang Qianye was also suspecting his master? Last time, Because of the request of Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, he had personally gone to find Yang Qianye and passed on Long Qingchong's words. Long Qingchong's words would definitely dispel much of Yang Qianye's hatred and hostility towards him. However, if it wasn't Long Qingchong, then it must be someone else. Moreover, the other party was deliberately framing Long Qingchong. If Yang Qianye thinks deeper, it's not difficult to suspect his master, Yuan Hanjin. But even if he really knows the truth, so what? He's no match for Yuan Hanjin. Unless one day his strength surpasses Yuan Hanjin's. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts were turning, the group had already arrived at the 7 prefectures feast, and there were already many people present. At the same time, there were also many forces who arrived at the Chunyang school. As for the people from the Mochi family next door to Chunyang school, they had already arrived. Duan Lingtian glanced at the members of the Mochi clan and noticed that a gaze was still locked onto him. Moreover, that gaze was filled with ill intent. However, he was already used to this. It was still that Mochi Hong. Mochi Hong clearly viewed him as a mortal enemy. Perhaps he really did blame the death of his profound ancestor, Mochi Ju, on me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. And the reason why he had such a thought was entirely because the hostility of the other party towards him felt even stronger than the hostility towards Yi Chen-feng. After all, Yi Chen-feng was the one who killed his ancestor. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is too obvious. However, it seems that he is indeed very confident now. I want to see what kind of strength he has now to give him such confidence. Even though Mochi Hong had already made a move so far. However, the strength that Mochi Hong had displayed earlier was even inferior to the strength that he had displayed when he had fought Mo Wuji all those years ago. That was because the strength of the opponents he had encountered were ordinary, and they were far from being able to force him to reveal his true strength. Soon after, the people from the various sects arrived one after another. As the host of the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect also revealed himself when the people from the various sects arrived. It was the same every day. Duan Lingtian even suspected that Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect had arrived a long time ago and was merely hiding at the side. He only revealed himself to host the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet when everyone had arrived. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental every time? Naturally, he did not rule out the possibility that someone had sent him a message to inform him that everyone had arrived. The battle for the elite group will continue. Next, the prodigies who have the words I've announced, please come up and fight. Lin Donglai announced in a clear voice. Soon after, he announced the word, miserable, causing many people to raise their eyebrows. There's such a word? Isn't the profound Jade Mansion a little too messy? Soon after, the 2 prodigies who received the word, miserable, entered the arena. One of them was a young man with a medium build and an ordinary face, while the other was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. The former was casually holding a long rod in his hand. It looked ordinary, but when he infused his divine energy into it, the long rod emitted a strong oppressive force. As for the young man dressed in luxurious clothes, he looked suave and elegant, causing many female prodigies to raise their eyebrows. However, after the 2 prodigies made their moves, his performance greatly disappointed the female prodigies present. The ordinary-looking young man had defeated the young man dressed in luxurious clothes with just a casual swing of his rod. The entire process was so effortless that it seemed as though it did not take much effort at all. This person is not weak. Duan Lingtian glanced at the young man with the rod who had been pushed down. He could see that the young man had returned to the side where the people from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect were seated. Previously, when he entered the arena, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to him. That was until he displayed his shocking strength. I'm afraid he's not any weaker than Yi Yingkai. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, no wonder the Flame Howl sect's elder, Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the 7 Mansions Grand Banquet, looked at him so kindly when he entered the arena. So he's an outstanding prodigy from the Flame Howl sect. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian had this thought, the young disciples from the Chunyang school began to discuss among themselves. Who is this person? Is there such a person in the Flame Howl sect? I've heard of all the famous prodigies in the Flame Howl sect, and I've seen all of them at the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, I don't think there's such a person among them, right? His opponent's strength is not considered weak. Even the few famous and powerful people from the Flame Howling sect may not be able to defeat this person in one blow, right? Could this person be the hidden trump card of the Flame Howl sect? That could be it. When the unknown disciple from the Flame Howl sect made his move, the crowd was in an uproar. Even the people from the other forces in the profound Jade Mansion were no exception. The Flame Howl sect is hiding such a person? At this moment, it was not just the people from the other mansions in the profound Jade Mansion who were shocked. Even the people from the other mansions in the profound Jade Mansion were shocked. They had never heard of the young disciple from the Flame Howl sect. It was as though he had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he did not display any monstrous strength when he made his move earlier, until just now when he smashed his staff and defeated his opponent who was not too bad. Elder Lin, the Flame Howl sect has really hidden their strength well. On the Rui sect's side, Elder Ding Jianchu, who had appeared in front of everyone earlier and had been introduced by Lin Donglai, stared at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. Elder Lin, could this be the external help that the Flame Howl sect found? Duanmu Yunfan, the Grand Elder of the Duanmu family, also spoke at this moment. He looked at Lin Donglai with a deep gaze. As for the medium god emperor of the Dark Saber Villa, Vice Villa Master Leng Xiyu, he only stared at Lin Donglai indifferently and did not say a word. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. Lin Yuan is my grandnephew. Lin Donglai smiled and said, "You can say that he is the external help that I have invited. You can also say that he is a disciple of the Flame Howl sect because he has already completed the procedures to join the Flame Howl sect and joined us." Lin Yuan was the name of the ordinary-looking disciple of the Flame Howl sect who was holding a long staff. It seems that Elder Lin's family is not simple. On the Heavenly Stellar Manor's side, one of the leaders of the forces looked at Lin Donglai deeply. There is no strong clan with the surname Lin in the Seven Mansions. As for you, Elder Lin, as far as I know, you came from outside the Seven Mansions. Based on this person's words, it was obvious that he knew Lin Donglai quite well. These are all digressions. Lin Donglai smiled slightly and did not continue the topic. He scanned the surroundings and said another word. In the next instant, two young geniuses entered the arena. The Seven Mansions feast was back on track. In the beginning, it was calm and peaceful. However, after a dozen or so matches, the peace was almost broken. A young genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was fighting against a disciple of the Chunyang school. At first, he showed weakness, but then suddenly attacked the disciple of the Chunyang school. Fortunately, Lin Donglai reacted in time and saved the disciple of the Chunyang school. However, even so, he was seriously injured, the kind that would be difficult to recover from. There is no way to continue. After the disciple of the Chunyang school left the arena, Zhen Pingfan checked his injuries and shook his head. The disciples of the Chunyang school were glaring at the person who attacked them. The other party was still looking back at them with a cold smile on his face, full of provocation. Most of the disciples of the Chunyang school were now hostile toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. A small number of them would occasionally look at Yi Yingkai. In their opinion, if Yi Yingkai had not attacked the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice first, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would not have reacted this way. Duan Lingtian could see that Yi Yingkai had also noticed the small number of people looking at him. Although he did not seem to care, Duan Lingtian could see from his slightly trembling shoulders that he was trying to control his emotions. It was obvious that Yi Yingkai was not feeling good about what had happened. Many of the stronger disciples of the Chunyang school were thinking that if they met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, they would kill them if they could. In the Seven Mansions feast, even if someone died, the killer would not be held responsible. It could be said that he could not stop himself. The responsibility lay more on the host of the Seven Mansions feast. The host of the Seven Mansions feast had always been a middle-level god emperor. If a middle-level god emperor could not even intervene in a fight between godly emperors, then his cultivation would have been wasted. At least, in the history of the Seven Mansions Feast, there had never been a middle-level god emperor like him. Unfortunately, the people of the Chunyang school wanted revenge, but no one met the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice in the next 2 days. Next, let us invite the two prodigies who have the word coquettish to come on stage. When Lin Donglai's words reached the ears of the crowd, many people's expressions froze. Coquettish? Although there were many ambiguous words in the competition for the elite group, they were all within the range of everyone's acceptance. But now, the word coquettish that came out of nowhere stunned everyone. Chapter 40-24. Zhen Pingfan could not help but laugh. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was not far away, and said, Duan Lingen, this coquettish word is even better than the ugly word you obtained last time. I wonder which two unlucky kids obtained this coquettish word. The person who prepared this coquettish word from mysterious Jade Mansion is definitely a genius. Zhen Pingfan smiled brightly as though he was waiting to watch a good show. The others were also looking around, wondering who obtained this coquettish word. Coquettish. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a somewhat bashful young man walked out from one of the factions in Netherworld Mansion. At this time, he was being watched by the crowd, and his face was flushed. He had obtained the coquettish word. Moreover, when he obtained the coquettish word and showed it to his fellow disciples, he had already been laughed at many times. However, previously he was only being watched by his fellow disciples. Now, he was being watched by everyone present. You're in luck. Lin Donglai looked at the young man and said with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Elder Lin. The young man smiled shyly, obviously a little reserved. In the face of the young man's gratitude, the corner of Lin Donglai's mouth twitched imperceptibly. He wondered if the young man would still thank him if he knew that he was the one who added the coquettish word. Where's the other person? At the same time, Lin Donglai looked around again and said loudly, if no one comes up after 7 minutes, the person who obtained the other coquettish word will be considered as having forfeited. For a moment, many people in the crowd looked around, curious to know who the other person who obtained the coquettish word was. At this time, a figure stepped out of the air. In the blink of an eye, he had entered the field and was facing the bashful young man. At this time, the crowd stared at the figure who suddenly entered the field, but they were momentarily silent. It's him. It's him again. The person who entered the field was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had stepped into the field from Chunyang School. That was right. The other token with the coquettish word was in his hand. In fact, he had already found out about this when he went back yesterday. At that time, when he saw the words on the token, he even suspected that someone from the profound Jade Mansion was out to get him. However, when he recalled that he was the one who chose this command token, he dispelled this thought. However, this luck really left him speechless. First, it was ugly. Then there was the word flirtatious. In the competition for the rookie group, the word ugly was present throughout. In terms of uniqueness, there was no other word that could compare. And now, in the competition for the elite group, there was only one word that could be used. If there were no accidents, there would be no other word that could compare to this. It's fake, right? Over at Chunyang School, after a moment of silence, an uproar broke out. Zhen Pingfan immediately stood up. At the same time, the corner of his mouth began to twitch. I didn't see the Duan Lingtian take out the token and infuse his divine power into it to manifest the words on it. Obviously, he read it after he went back yesterday. However, this fellow, is his luck that good? First, he got the word ugly, and now he got the word flirtatious? At this thought, Zhen Pingfan could not help but laugh. Meanwhile, the young prodigies from Chunyang School were shocked and could not help but burst into an uproar. Oh my God! Duan Lingtian's luck is really bad, isn't it? When it comes to choosing tokens, I'm impressed by Duan Lingtian. If this is a coincidence, it's too much of a coincidence. There are so many people and so many tokens, but Duan Lingtian chose the more unique and eye-catching token one after another. Actually, this is not good news for Duan Lingtian. But why do I feel like laughing? Me too. Many people from Chunyang School could not help but want to laugh. However, due to the occasion, they restrained themselves. The corners of their mouths were twitching violently. They were not Jinping Fan or Elder Zhen. Elder Zhen could laugh like that, but they could not. Not only was it inappropriate, but if Duan Lingtian saw it, he might even hold a grudge against them. It was fine if they only laughed once. If they laughed again and again, it would be a little too much. However, while the people from Chunyang School were trying to hold back their laughter, the people from the other forces did not have so many concerns. Many of them could not help but laugh. Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School is too unlucky, isn't he? First, he got the word ugly, and now he got the word flirtatious. I'm impressed. Could it be that he's being targeted? He chose the token himself. How could he be targeted? Unless the strongest person intervened. But do you think the strongest person would do something like this just to mess with him? Most people laughed. When the laughter gathered together, it was an uproar. It was also clearly heard by Duan Lingtian. However, because Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared, he did not mind the laughter of the crowd. He looked at the shy young man standing opposite him and saw that the other party was looking at him gratefully. For a moment, he could not help but complain to himself, "Is this guy thanking me for attracting the attention of the others for him?" At this moment, the young man spoke, "Senior Duan, I am Xue Tingtao from the Source sect of the Netherworld Mansion. I admit that I am no match for you. I admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for Duan Lingtian to react. For a moment, only Duan Lingtian was left in the field. Duan Lingtian won without a fight. At this moment, Duan Lingtian originally wanted to vent his anger by attacking, but he did not expect his opponent to admit defeat directly. For a moment, he was speechless. However, since the other party had admitted defeat, he had nothing to say. He turned around and went back. After returning to Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhen Pingfan, who seemed to want to say something to him. Then he took out a disc array and set up a soundproof array. Then he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to cultivate. He did not give Zhen Pingfan a chance to speak at all. Seeing this, Zhen Pingfan and the people from Chunyang School stopped laughing or trying to hold back their laughter. Their attention was shifted to the next two people who entered the field. Even the people from the other forces shifted their attention away from Duan Lingtian when the two people who had just entered the field began to fight. There were some things that could be laughed at and then passed. It was not a big deal. Just like earlier, when Duan Lingtian obtained the word ugly, people laughed at first. Later on, when he fought with his opponent, no one talked about it anymore. Later on, they almost forgot about it. Until now, when Duan Lingtian obtained the token with the word seductive. Only then did everyone remember the previous incident. Of course, to Duan Lingtian, all this was just seasoning for the feast of the 7 prefectures. As for now, he felt that one of the heavenly veins in his body was about to transform. Every time the heavenly veins transformed, his cultivation level would increase. Now, with the help of the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian had completely consolidated his cultivation level as a middle-level divine emperor. If he wanted to break through to the high-level divine emperor realm, he would have to start transforming the heavenly veins in his body. Only when 99 of them had transformed could he enter the high-level divine emperor realm. At that time, Duan Lingtian's divine power would be stronger than that of an ordinary high-level divine emperor. This was because he had many heavenly veins. I really didn't expect that the advantage of the heavenly veins, in addition to the speed of circulating divine power, would be reflected in the high-level divine emperor realm. Duan Lingtian sighed. However, this is a good thing for me. It was indeed a good thing. This meant that even if he did not comprehend the profundities of the laws, his divine power would be stronger than most people of the same cultivation level. In the square, the competition for the elite group of the 7 prefectures feast continued. On the same day, another disciple from Chunyang School encountered a disciple from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Once again, he was severely injured and lost the opportunity to challenge the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice after being eliminated. This time, the people of the pure Yang sect were naturally enraged. However, they could only feel helpless. Tomorrow, the first stage of the competition for the elite group will end. In the next stage, those who lose can challenge anyone in the elite group. A disciple from Chunyang School said coldly, "I haven't gone up yet. I'll definitely go up tomorrow. If my opponent tomorrow is not from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, I'll admit defeat. When the time comes, I'll challenge the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice." This disciple from Chunyang School was called Yun Yue. He was one of the most outstanding people in Chunyang School under the age of 10,000. He was as famous as Yin Kai. He was from the Langji branch of Chunyang School. He was the great-grandson of the ancestor of the Langji branch, Yun Langji. As soon as Yun Yue said this, someone smiled bitterly and said, "Senior brother Yun, if you do this, I'm afraid that the people you challenge will admit defeat. They all know you. If they admit defeat, we can't do anything to them. Let's just take one step at a time. I don't believe that the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice are so lucky that they can meet people who are weaker than us from Chunyang School every time. We still have a few strong people on our side who haven't gone up yet." The conflict between Chunyang School and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was further aggravated when the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice attacked again. When Duan Lingtian heard what the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice did, he frowned slightly. The hatred between Yi Inkai and the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was their own business. Now, it even involved the people from Chunyang School? Of course, the prodigies from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice could not be blamed completely. Perhaps the other party did not know anything. They only saw that Yi Inkai was ruthless, so they did not give in. However, how could the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice not know the truth? Especially the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ren Tietio. He would not believe that he did not know about Yi Inkai. It was impossible. However, he did not advise the disciples of the Alliance not to be ruthless. The Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. A cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. The higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice tacitly agreed with the prodigies of the Alliance. Are they really not worried that their people will die in the arena? Of course, although Duan Lingtian was a little angry now, the competition for the elite group had nothing to do with him. With his strength, no one would challenge him. The night passed. The next day was also the last day of the competition for the elite group. The first few rounds were all from the outer sect. In the fifth round, a person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice appeared. The next person to enter the arena was someone from the Pure Sun sect. Yang Qinya. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Chapter 40-25. Yang Qinya. In the eyes of the Chunyang School's disciples, although he had become a middle-level godly emperor, his previous performance was not outstanding, so he did not attract much attention. However, Duan Lingtian felt that Yang Qinya was not weak. Even if he was not as outstanding as Yi Inkai, Yun Yue, and the other young disciples of the Chunyang School, he was probably stronger than the others. It's by Mingzhong from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. As for the young disciples of the Pure Sun sect, when they saw the person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, many of their expressions changed slightly. Some of them even said the person's name directly. By Mingzhong, a disciple of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although he was not the most outstanding among the young disciples of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, he was not weak either. At the same time, he was also a well-known figure and was somewhat famous in Tonglung province. Now, such a person had encountered Yang Qinya, a disciple of the Chunyang School. Although they had heard from their elders that Yang Qinya had become a middle-level godly emperor, they were also shocked. However, they did not think highly of his current strength. Yang Qinya's breakthrough in a short period of time only gave him an advantage against low-level godly emperors. As a middle-level godly emperor, it would be difficult for Yang Qinya to defeat him. Bai Mingzhong was a middle-level godly emperor who had been famous in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness for many years. He had become a middle-level godly emperor 1,000 years ago and had already consolidated his cultivation. Of course, Bai Mingzhong had an advantage because he was almost 10,000 years old. At the Seven Prefectures banquet, it was difficult to find another person who was older than him. Tonglung Province, Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Bai Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong stared at Yang Qianye and smiled cruelly. You're from the Chunyang school, but I've never heard of you. It seems like you're just a nobody in the Chunyang school. If you're afraid, just go down. That way, you won't get hurt later. Ha! The moment Bai Mingzhong opened his mouth, it was a continuous provocation. His purpose was to make his opponent not admit defeat without a fight. Appropriate provocation could infuriate his opponent, making him hate him so that he would not choose to admit defeat. However, he soon realized that his provocation had no effect on Yang Qianye. As his voice fell, Yang Qianye glanced at him indifferently. Are you done? When Bai Mingzhong saw this, his face turned gloomy. Did this person just ignore his words? Let's begin. At this moment, the Flame Howl sect elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the Seven-Mansion banquet, promptly reminded them. He did not have the time to watch these two youngsters waste their time here. Behind them, there were still many people. Today, the first phase of the elite group competition would end. Bang! As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Bai Mingzhong pounced on Yang Qianye like an enraged lion, his body glowing with golden light. A giant axe with a long handle appeared in his hand. The giant axe was obviously a high-grade divine artifact. As soon as he attacked, the wind howled and its power was overwhelming. However, Yang Qianye quickly retreated in the face of Lin Donglai's attack. He retreated further and further. During this process, his divine power of the medium divine emperor realm was somewhat erratic, giving people a feeling that it was extremely unstable. This was a sign that his cultivation had not yet stabilized. How dare you be so arrogant when you haven't even stabilized your cultivation as a middle divine emperor? Bai Mingzhong roared angrily, and his attacks intensified. Seeing this, Lin Donglai stared at Lin Donglai, afraid that he would kill the disciple from Chunyang School with his axe. Since a few days ago, the people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had not shown mercy to the people from Chunyang School. Previously, they had even crippled two of their disciples, making it impossible for them to continue in the Seven-Mansion banquet. Even if they had the opportunity to challenge the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, they were not qualified to do so. It would be difficult for them to recover from their injuries in a short time. Die! Bai Mingzhong roared, and a powerful attack swept out. The light from the axe grew brighter, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. It fell on Yang Qianye with a loud bang. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to be overshadowed. It was as if the axe was the only thing left between heaven and earth. Watch out! Many people instinctively cried out to warn Yang Qianye. Even Lin Donglai, the host of the banquet, stared at Bai Mingzhong, ready to intervene if Bai Mingzhong killed Yang Qianye. Is that all you've got? While many people were worried about Yang Qianye, under everyone's gaze, Yang Qianye did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and faced Bai Mingzhong. At the same time, he was speaking indifferently. Lin Donglai was stunned by this scene. Did I misjudge him? This disciple from Chunyang School is not afraid of the genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? Almost at the same time, Lin Donglai seemed to have noticed something, and his expression changed drastically. Stop! At the same time, Ren Tietio, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, suddenly roared. At the same time, a powerful wave of energy swept out like a raging wave, clearly intending to intervene. Leader Ren, you've gone too far. The moment Ren Tietio made his move, a sword ray whizzed out from the ninth heaven and easily defeated Ren Tietio's energy. In the next moment, the upper echelons of the various prefectures and major forces all looked toward the Chunyang School. Their gazes fell on the man in a light golden robe. It was the patriarch of the hidden sword faction of Chunyang School, Yi Feng, a patriarch who was not even 20,000 years old. In terms of age, Yi Feng was the youngest intermediate god emperor present. However, in terms of strength, no one dared to say that they were stronger than Yi Feng. This time, the leaders of the various prefectures and major forces were all intermediate god emperors. Although some forces had advanced god-emperors, they did not come this time. Ah! A shrill scream rang out, attracting everyone's attention. In the next moment, everyone looked away from Yi Chenfeng. When they returned to the battlefield, they saw that Bai Mingzhong, the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, was riddled with holes. It was as if his body had been pierced by thousands of arrows. Lin Donglai stood to the side, his face pale. Trash. Yang Qianye glanced at Bai Mingzhong indifferently and left these two words. Then he turned around and left. He's not dead yet. Leader Ren, we can still save him if we pay a price. At the same time, Lin Donglai pushed his hand forward, and an invisible force pulled Bai Mingzhong's battered body toward the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. I'm partly responsible. These 2 supreme emperor-level divine pills are a token of my appreciation for him. In the next moment, Lin Donglai spoke again and handed over 2 pill bottles at the same time. After Ren Tietio took the pill bottles, he looked at the other old man beside him. Elder Wang, take the pills and bring him back to the Alliance. Yes, leader. The old man answered and left with Bai Mingzhong, who was on the verge of death. However, the people present did not know that when Ren Tietio asked the old man to leave, he sent a voice transmission to the old man. Don't waste the divine pills on him. After you take him away, give him a quick death. If I remember correctly, he's just an orphan. His only grandmaster passed away a few years ago. Without him, no one will care. Ren Tietio said. Yes, leader. The old man knew why his leader did this. First, Bai Mingzhong did not have a backer in the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Second, Bai Mingzhong's injuries were too serious. Even with the 2 ultimate emperor divine pills given by Lin Donglai, they could only keep him alive and heal some of his injuries. If they wanted to heal him, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would have to pay no less than 10 ultimate emperor divine pills. It was a pity to waste them on Bai Mingzhong. Bai Mingzhong's life was not worth that much. Some of the people present guessed why the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ren Tietio, asked someone to take Bai Mingzhong away at this time. He did not even give Bai Mingzhong the 2 divine pills given by Lin Donglai in front of everyone. Even Lin Donglai had guessed something. However, he only frowned slightly and did not say anything more. Although he was partly responsible for this, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was the most responsible. If the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had not repeatedly attacked the people of Chunyang School, they would not have suffered such retribution. As for why it was Yi Yingkai, the prodigy of Chunyang School, who first targeted the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he did not know the reason at first. However, he found out later on. Regarding this, he could understand. He knew that the higher-ups of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice would understand as well. However, they still allowed the prodigy of the Alliance to attack the Chunyang School's disciple. In his opinion, even if Bai Mingzhong died today, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice had only themselves to blame. But how can this Chunyang School's disciple be so strong? I feel that his strength is not weaker than those prodigies of Chunyang School, including Yi Yingkai. He might even be stronger. When Lin Donglai's gaze returned to the back of the figure that everyone was looking at, he could not help but look surprised. In the past, he did not know that there was such a person in Chunyang School. Who is he? Does Chunyang School have such a hidden trump card? I don't think he's any weaker than the other first-rate prodigies in the Pure Sun sect other than Duan Ling Tian, right? I didn't expect that there was such a person in Chunyang School. He did not show his strength before, but at the critical moment he suddenly showed his true strength and seriously injured Bai Mingzhong. If Elder Lin Donglai did not intervene in time, Bai Mingzhong would have died on the spot. Yang Qianye's strength not only shocked the others, but also the people of Chunyang School, including Duan Ling Tian, were shocked. I underestimated him. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yang Qianye, his heart throbbing. Was the supreme spiritual abode really so amazing? How long had it been? Yang Qianye had grown to such a level. Even if he became a middle-level divine emperor earlier than me, it was not much earlier than me. Judging from his attack just now, it is obvious that he has almost consolidated his cultivation. Maybe he will have a chance to completely consolidate his cultivation before the end of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heart was burning with passion. He yearned for the supreme spiritual abode even more. Chapter 4026. Duan Lingtian knew how difficult it was to consolidate one's cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. If it weren't for the help of the divine elements, he wouldn't have been able to consolidate his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. Yang Qinye, on the other hand, was close to consolidating his cultivation as well. No one would believe that he didn't have an opportunity. Is Yang Qinye that powerful? Duan Lingtian wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone from Chunyang School was shocked as well. Of course, Yang Qinye's master, Yuan Hanjin, was an exception. However, Yuan Hanjin was smiling brightly when people around him congratulated him for having a good disciple. It was obvious that he was proud of Yang Qinye. Yang Qinye, you're amazing. Yang Qinye, you've helped Chunyang School get back at us. Yang Qinye, you almost killed him. You're amazing. Yeah, that's a middle-level divine emperor. You almost killed that guy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice even though he was watching you. You're amazing. The group of Chunyang School's disciples, who had been depressed, were all excited after Yang Qinye made his move. It was as if they were the ones who had crippled the genius from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, not Yang Qinye. Even the famous geniuses from Chunyang School, such as Yi Inkai and Yun Yue, looked at Yang Qinye with surprise in their eyes. Of course, they were more concerned about Yang Qinye. Yang Qinye, who had been ignored by them, had unknowingly become as powerful as them. Judging from Yang Qinye's move, even they weren't confident that they could defeat Yang Qinye. Yang Qinye wasn't just the focus of Chunyang School's disciples. Even the people from various prefectures and forces were focused on him. His name is Yang Qinye. Pingxing's branch of the Pure Sun sect has also produced a genius. He's the grand disciple of Yuan Pingxing, the patriarch of Chunyang School's Pingxing branch. This time, it could be said that Yang Qinye had made a name for himself in a single battle. He had completely entered the vision of all the major forces of the various prefectures. One had to know that before this, not many people knew about him, let alone remembered him. Yang Qinye, who was in the center of the storm, had a cold and calm expression on his face this time. He didn't show any complacency because of the praises of the people around him. He was still calm. Of course, if one were to observe his eyes more closely, one would be able to discover that he had a lot of worries hidden in the depths of his eyes. After Yang Qinye's fight, the next round of the elite group competition. Even if it was Yun Yue, he would easily defeat his opponent in a few moves. Moreover, because the other party was not from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, he knew when to stop. When the first segment of the first phase of the competition for the elite group ended, more and more people appeared before the eyes of the people from the various manors. Among them, there were some who were already famous, but there were also many who were previously unknown. SSS2's to be. Was to do. Of course, Lin Yuan was considered external help. However, since he had joined the Flame Howl sect and was not more than 10,000 years old, he met the requirements to participate in the Seven Prefectures banquet. Therefore, even if some people were unhappy, they couldn't say anything. It was within the rules. There was nothing they could do. If they had the ability, they could also look for external help. It wasn't easy to find external help. After the first round of the elite group competition ended, it was time for the second round of the second round. However, it would only begin on the second day. Based on the experience of the rookie group competition, the second round of the elite group competition might not be as exciting as the first round. This was because those who had displayed their strength in the first round would not be challenged in the second round. Even if they forfeited, they wouldn't be asking for a snub. You know you're no match for them, yet you still want to be injured? That's not courage, it's looking for a beating. Since there were far fewer people compared to the rookie group competition, the second round of the elite group competition ended in just a few days. Many people successfully entered the elite group. It was the same as the rookie competition. There were quite a few people with decent strength who could smoothly enter the elite group if they were lucky. Because the second stage of the elite group competition was the last stage, they could only issue challenges. Moreover, the weaker people had already been challenged, so they couldn't issue any challenges. Therefore, they couldn't enter the elite group in the end. Therefore, although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. This situation was similar to the rookie group competition. No one made a fuss because they knew it was meaningless. Moreover, after the second round of the elite group competition ended, the Flame Howl sect's elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of the 7 prefectures banquet, said that those who were confident of entering the top 30 would be given an extra slot to enter the elite ranking. However, once they didn't enter the top 30, they would have to pay a price. In the end, no one asked for an extra slot. Because, even those who felt that they were unlucky felt that if they were lucky, they could enter the elite group. As for the elimination battle, they didn't have any confidence. Not to mention entering the top 30. It was still the same sentence. Those who were strong didn't need to rely on luck. Those who weren't strong needed to rely on luck. In the 7 prefectures banquet, luck was also a part of strength. If you were unhappy, as long as you met the requirements, you could be given an extra slot. However, if you didn't meet the requirements, you would have to pay a price. Otherwise, if everyone was given an extra slot, wouldn't it be a mess? Then what was the point of the previous battles? After the elite group competition, it's the Lingyun group competition. The first round of the Lingyun group competition is similar to the elite group and rookie group. However, in the second round, those who entered the Lingyun group in the first round can only be challenged 3 times at most. Those who were eliminated in the first round can also challenge 3 times at most. Lin Donglai stood in the air as his voice spread. The Lingyun group was also the third round of the 7 prefectures banquet. After the elite group competition, the remaining people were reduced in half again. There were only slightly more than 400 people left. Moreover, there was one person who could directly enter the Lingyun group. Lin Donglai directly designated the person who had the Bai Chunyang School, Yang Chenya. However, no one paid any attention to his decision. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. If Yang Chenya made a move like before, they were worried that they would follow in the footsteps of the prodigy from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Of course, those who had such thoughts were those who were not confident in their strength. Those who were strong did not care about the slot. They could give it to whoever they wanted. After all, they would definitely obtain a slot with their own strength in the end. For the elite group competition, 400 will survive from 800. For the Lingyun group competition, 200 will survive from 400. After this round of the Lingyun group competition, it'll be the competition for the aspirations group, 200 will survive from 100. After the aspirations group competition, it'll be the competition for the ranking of the top 100 people. Of course, the top 100 people will receive corresponding rewards. The top 30 people will receive even better rewards. As for the top 10, I won't say much. I'm sure you all know. As soon as Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the 7 prefectures banquet, finished speaking, the third round of the 7 prefectures banquet, the competition for the Lingyun group, began. This time, they still drew tokens with engraved words to determine their opponents. When Duan Lingtian received the token, he noticed that a group of people from Chunyang School, including Zhenping Fan, were all looking at him. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Did these guys think that he was as unlucky as them this time? Before Zhenping Fan could say anything, Duan Lingtian pointed the token at him and injected his divine power into it. Soon, a word entered Zhenping Fan's eyes before Duan Lingtian could see it. When Duan Lingtian saw the disappointment on Zhenping Fan's face, he knew that the words on the token he received this time were definitely more normal. This was also what Duan Lingtian had guessed earlier. The first time, he was unlucky. The second time, he was unlucky. If the third time was still the same strange word, then someone was really deliberately targeting him. Of course, the possibility of this was very small, almost zero. Zhou. This time, the word on Duan Lingtian's token was Zhou, the word for the universe. Seeing this, Not only was Zhen Pingfan disappointed, but the other people from Chunyang School who were watching the show also withdrew their gazes. At the same time, as Lin Donglai spoke, the battle of the Lingyun group officially began. At first, there was nothing to see. Until Machi Hong from the Machi family of Tongleng province entered the arena. His opponent was the host this time, the people from Mysterious Jade Mansion, and he was not an ordinary person. He was the genius of Mysterious Jade Mansion's Rui sect, Jia Mulin. Jia Mulin was one of the strongest people in the younger generation of Rui sect under 10,000 years old. This time, his opponent was Machi Hong. Looking at his solemn face after entering the arena, it was enough to see how much pressure he was under now. Jia Mulin, you're quite famous. I've heard of you. Machi Hong looked at Jia Mulin and said indifferently, are you going to admit defeat, or do you want me to send you off the arena? Jia Mulin took a deep breath when he heard this. Then he cupped his hands together and said, I've long heard of your great name, Machi Hong. If you were the strongest person among the younger generation in Tongleng province, I would have made way for you this time. However, you're not now. That's why I still want to try. As he spoke, Jia Mulin revealed 2 rows of pearly white teeth and grinned. In Machi Hong's eyes, this grin was no different from mockery. He flew into a rage and his eyes turned cold. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Almost as soon as Lin Donglai announced the start of the battle, Machi Hong pounced on Jia Mulin like an enraged tiger. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Jia Mulin, who had retreated in time, and thought to himself, this prodigy from Rui sect must have provoked Machi Hong on purpose. However, unless he's strong enough, he won't be able to win even if he angers Machi Hong and makes him lose his composure. When the gap in strength was large enough, all schemes and tricks were useless. Chapter 4027. Jia Mulin's intention was to anger Machi Hong and make him lose his mind. He thought he might be able to take advantage of this to defeat Machi Hong. However, he was certain Machi Hong was stronger than him. However, he did not know how much stronger Machi Hong was. Since he was confident in himself, he did not think Machi Hong was much stronger than him. However, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. How can he be so strong? Jia Mulin, who barely managed to block Machi Hong's attack with his celestial weapon, felt his arms trembling. The trembling even spread to his entire body, giving him a suffocating feeling. Too strong. Was this the strength of the former strongest person among the younger generation in Tongleng province? Was he not defeated by Duan Lingtian? When Jia Mulin faced Machi Hong's second attack, he could not block it at all. The divine weapon in his hand was knocked out of his hand, and he was sent flying while coughing up blood. Complete defeat. Even so, Machi Hong did not give up on pursuing Duan Lingtian. Stop! I admit defeat. Lin Donglai and Jia Mulin's voices sounded at the same time. Although Machi Hong was furious, he had no choice but to give up. Duan Lingtian had admitted defeat. If he continued to attack, he would be suspected of intentionally killing Duan Lingtian. According to the rules of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet, the person in charge of the 7 Prefectures Grand Banquet was allowed to attack Duan Lingtian. Even if he killed Duan Lingtian, his death would be in vain. This rule was jointly set by the 7 prefectures. Does this mean my cultivation base has been completely consolidated? Although Machi Hong had not unleashed his full strength, Yi Chenfeng could still sense the abnormality in his divine energy. Therefore, he told Duan Lingtian about this. Even Duan Lingtian was surprised by this. Machi Hong seemed to be quite far away from completely consolidating his cultivation base. However, it was completely consolidated now? Some time ago, I heard that the Machi clan paid a huge price to obtain a Peak Emperor Grade Divine Pellet. That Peak Emperor Grade Divine Pellet is one of the best amongst the Peak Emperor Grade Divine Pellets. Its function is to help a high-level God Emperor consolidate his cultivation base. Upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, it would be easy to explain. As for what kind of divine pellet Yi Chenfeng was talking about, he had heard of it before. That was a top-grade Emperor-grade divine pill. He was confident in concocting an Emperor-grade divine pill, but he wasn't confident in concocting a peak emperor-grade divine pill. In fact, even if he was given 10 sets of ingredients, he wasn't confident in concocting it even once. So strong. So strong. After Mochi Hong's victory, the people from the various major powers in the Profound Jade Mansion were in an uproar. As members of Profound Jade Mansion, they naturally knew how strong Jia Yulin was. In the Profound Jade Mansion's good fortune sect, none of the younger generation below the age of 10,000 would dare to say they were stronger than Jia Yulin. In fact, there were only a few people who could fight Jia Yulin to a draw. But such a powerful Jia Yulin was defeated by Mochi Hong in 2 moves. Mochi Hong's strength broadened their horizons, and at the same time, their hearts trembled. I thought that the defeated opponent of Duan Lingtian was just SOSO. Who would have thought that he would be so strong? That's right. When I heard he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, I thought it might be because the Eastern Ridge Mansion didn't have anyone for the past 10,000 years. That's why he's the best. In fact, he might not be stronger than us. I didn't expect him to be so strong. If he's so strong, what about Duan Lingtian? Many of the young prodigies from the various major powers were shocked by Mochi Hong's strength. When they recalled that Duan Lingtian had defeated Mochi Hong, they were even more shocked. However, after hearing those people's discussions, Mochi Hong, who had yet to return to the Mochi clan side, suddenly stopped his footsteps and frowned slightly. In the next instant he said in a clear voice, "When I was defeated by Duan Lingtian, I was still a long way from consolidating my cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor. However, I've completely consolidated my cultivation base now. If I fight with Duan Lingtian again, I'll definitely win." Mochi Hong could not stand how the crowd was using Duan Lingtian to trample on him. He spoke confidently. Upon hearing his words, the crowd burst into an uproar. So that's how it is. When Duan Lingtian defeated him, he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base as a high-level divine emperor. If that's the case, Duan Lingtian might not be able to defeat him this time. Perhaps, if they fight again, Duan Lingtian might be defeated by him. When Mochi Hong spoke, not many people doubted his words. After all, there was no need for him to lie. Moreover, if he lied, he would end up slapping himself in the face and be ridiculed. They did not think Mochi Hong would do such a stupid thing. "You're quite confident." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he stood among the people from the Chunyang school. Then he looked at Zhen Pingfan and asked through voice transmission, "Elder Zhen, do you think Mochi Hong will be angered to death if I admit defeat on purpose and challenge him to eliminate him?" Duan Lingtian's voice transmission stunned Zhen Pingfan. When he regained his senses, he replied through voice transmission, "If you do that, not only will he be angered to death, but the other people from the Mochi clan will be angered to death as well. Mochi Yuning especially will definitely not let you off." Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued, "Of course, it's meaningless even if you do that. Even if you defeat him and replace him, he still has 3 chances to challenge others. He can easily challenge others to advance to the next round. Unless you cripple him." Cough cough. "I'm just joking." Zhen Pingfan corrected his words. He was worried Duan Lingtian would have the intention to cripple Zhen Pingfan after hearing his words. If that happened, the Mochi clan would go crazy. Mochi Yuning especially might become a mad dog. Although Mochi Yuning looked kind and loving, Duan Lingtian had heard from his father that this old fellow was a ruthless person when he was young. He had once annihilated several small clans because of a small matter. Moreover, he had personally made a move. If Duan Lingtian crippled Mochi Hong, the Mochi clan would lose the 2 chances that were already set in stone. It was no different from cutting off Mochi Yuning's path to becoming a higher god emperor. Under such circumstances, the possibility of Mochi Yuning going crazy was very high. Naturally, it was impossible for Mochi Yuning to succeed in this place since his junior uncle Yi was there to protect Duan Lingtian. However, what if it was a different place and time? It was impossible for his junior uncle Yi to always keep an eye on Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian. Then cripple him? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. "Elder Zhen, I think your suggestion is feasible." But Zhen Pingfan spat in annoyance. I already said that it was a joke. I was really joking. If you really do that, the Mochi clan will treat you as a sworn enemy. Even Mochi Yuning won't let you off. If this old fellow doesn't break through soon, he won't have many years left to live. If you make him lose the chance to enter the secret realm in the Saint Land, it'll be equivalent to breaking his last hope. Even if you stay in the Chunyang school, he might still sneak into the Chunyang school and kill you when he knows he'll die in the next heavenly tribulation. Therefore, it's fine if you want to defeat or cripple Mochi Hong. However, you have to wait until Mochi Hong has entered the top 10 of the Seven Mansions Feast. Zhen Pingfan said. A hint of fear flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this. Even a cornered dog could jump over a wall. Moreover, this was a person who was about to die. If a person who was about to die broke his last straw and was given a chance, even if the chance was slim, he would most likely take revenge on Duan Lingtian. I understand. After Zhen Pingfan's reminder, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea. This kind of thing was harming others without benefiting oneself. He was just unhappy with Mochi Hong. There was no need to anger a medium god emperor who did not have much time left. The competition in the Lingyun group was naturally more exciting than the competition in the elite group. This was especially true for the Resurrection Challenge. Everyone had 3 chances to challenge someone in the Lingyun group. Everyone who entered the Lingyun group could be challenged 3 times. After they were successfully challenged and left the Lingyun group, they would also have 3 chances to challenge someone. However, in the end, the competition in the Lingyun group was similar to the competition in the elite group and the competition in the rookie group. The strong would eliminate the weak first. The weak would only have 3 chances to challenge someone they thought they had a chance of defeating. For example, Duan Lingtian, Yang Qianye, and Yi Yingkai were not challenged by anyone. After the competition in the Lingyun group ended, they entered the Lingyun group. And during this process, more and more people started to display their true strength in front of the public. There were only 204 people in the Lingyun group. The competition in the Lofty Aspirations group will begin in 3 days. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, the Seven Mansions Feast ended and the crowd dispersed. 3 days later, the competition in the Lofty Aspirations group began. This time, there were only 102 people left out of the 204 people. The 102 people in the Lofty Aspirations group would enter the ranking battle. 10 days later, the ranking battle for the top 100 will begin. Of course, 30 of the slots are for the seeded contestants. Those who are strong can recommend themselves to be seeded contestants. However, there may be people who challenge you. You can only enter the top 30 if you hold on until the end. To be more precise, the rankings from the 31st to the 100th will be decided first. After the competition in the Lofty Aspirations group ended, Lin Donglai announced again. This time, everyone's spirits were shaken. The highlight of the Seven Mansions Feast was finally coming. The ranking battle. I've been waiting for a long time. On the Chunyang school side, a prodigy who was as famous as Yi Yingkai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone with anticipation. At this moment, he was not the only one who had anticipation in his eyes. There were also many prodigies from various mansions. These people were not only in the Lofty Aspirations group but also those who did not. They were looking forward to the ranking battle because it would be exciting. Chapter 4028. Recommend yourself as a seeded contestant? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Lin Donglai's words. Did that mean anyone could apply? Of course, according to Lin Donglai's words, the seeded contestants would have to accept challenges from other contestants. If one did not have a certain level of strength, it would be useless to recommend oneself as a seeded contestant. Moreover, one would be targeted and their performance would be affected. One might be able to make it into the top 50, but because one recommended himself as a seeded contestant, he would be targeted and ranked below the top 50. Generally speaking, there were gains and losses. 3 days later, the mysterious Jade Mansion will send someone to pick out the names of the seeded contestants. As before, each faction can only recommend 3 people at most. As soon as Lin Donglai said this, some of the prodigies who wanted to join in the fun and recommend themselves became discouraged. They thought they would be the ones to recommend themselves. They did not expect that they would have to go through the faction behind them to recommend themselves. Moreover, each faction could only recommend 3 people. Now let's disperse. Everyone, see you in 10 days. At that time, the mysterious Jade Mansion will also select 30 seeded contestants. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the crowd dispersed one after another. Duan Lingtian also left with the Chunyang School's group. On the way back, he did not ask about the seeded contestants because he knew he would definitely get a spot. The prodigies from the Chunyang School also thought the same. Duan Lingtian will definitely get one of the 3 spots. I'm afraid it won't be easy to divide the remaining 2 spots. Many people looked at Yi Inkai, Yun Yue, and the other 3 prodigies from the Chunyang School who were as famous as Yi Inkai and Yun Yue. These 5 people's strength was on par with each other. How would they divide the 2 spots? Don't forget that Yang Qianye is from Ping Xing's faction. I'm afraid he's not weaker than Yi Inkai and the other prodigies. That's right. There's also Yang Qianye. Perhaps one of the 3 spots this time will go to Yang Qianye. That's possible. Yang Qianye's strength is, to a certain extent, stronger than Yi Inkai and the other prodigies. The surrounding voices caused Yi Inkai and the rest to turn silent. Their gazes towards Yang Qianye had also become extremely complicated. Yang Qianye. This small fry that they didn't even put in their eyes in the past actually had a strength that wasn't weaker than theirs, and might even be stronger than theirs. Now, among the younger generation of Chunyang School under 10,000 years old, only Duan Lingtian is better than you. Yuan Hanjin said to Yang Qianye through voice transmission. However, as long as you work hard, you'll surpass him sooner or later. At that time, even if you want to avenge your childhood friend and kill him, it's not impossible. I think highly of you, Yuan Hanjin said. Thank you, Master. Yang Qianye replied indifferently with a voice transmission. His indifferent tone caused Yuan Hanjin to frown slightly. This disciple of his seemed to have suddenly become a different person recently. In the past, he had never been so rude in front of him. But could it be that his will had been subtly influenced because he had entered the most powerful divine abode? This should be the case. Yuan Hanjin thought to himself. At the same time, the group of prodigies from Chunyang School was still discussing the 3 spots. Do you think, if 2 of the 3 spots belong to Duan Lingtian and Yang Qianye, the last spot will fall into Yinkai's hands? After all, Yinkai is Elder Ye's grand disciple. Elder Yi Chenfeng. In the past, he was as famous as Lu Fenggu in Chunyang School. In terms of strength, he might even be stronger than Lu Fenggu. Now, Yi Chenfeng had a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul, and his strength was comparable to an ordinary upper divine emperor. If he really let his grand disciple Yi Inkai take one of the spots, Lu Fenggu, who was leading the team with him, would certainly not say anything. As for the others, they would not say anything. I don't think so. Elder Yi is not a selfish person. I think so too. Duan Lingtian could not help but look at Yi Chenfeng as he listened to the whispers of the crowd. If he had not learned from Zhen Pingfan that Yi Chenfeng was a person who did not hold grudges, he might have been deceived by these people's words. However, Elder Yi shouldn't be the subject of ridicule in the sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 10 days later, when the group from Chunyang School set off again, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. The 3 spots had nothing to do with Yi Inkai. 7 days ago, I've already given the names of the 3 people corresponding to the spots to the mystic Jade Mansion, Yi Chenfeng said calmly as he led the group. Yi Chenfeng said calmly as he led the crowd, 3 spots. 1 for Duan Lingtian, 1 for Yang Qianye. The last spot belongs to Yun Yue. As soon as Yi Chenfeng said this, most people were shocked. Even Yun Yue himself was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect the last spot to be given to him. However, after a while, when he heard the voice transmission from the old man beside him, he understood. This time, Elder Yi and Elder Lu were leading the group because they could not give the last spot to Yi Inkai or the person from the Hidden Sword faction. The other 2 people who were as famous as him, Yi Inkai, and the person from the Hidden Sword faction were also close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Only the Wanderlust faction, which Yunye was in, was not close to the Hidden Sword faction and the Overbearing Saber faction. Of course, since they were in the same sect, it was impossible for them to be distant. How dare you use me as a shield? Yunye was a little helpless, but he didn't care too much about it. There are a total of 30 spots for the seeded contestants. Although each faction has 3 spots, there are 28 factions, which means that there are 84 recommendation spots. Out of the 84 recommendation spots, 30 people will be chosen. I definitely won't be able to do it. Duan Lingtian should be fine. Yang Qinye, on the other hand, has some hope. While Yunye was lamenting inwardly, Duan Lingtian also learned from Zhen Pingfan the reason why Yunye was given a spot but not Yi Yingkai and the others. However, he didn't mind this at all. At the same time, he felt Yi Yingkai and the others would not mind. Not being a seeded contestant did not mean one could not enter the top 30. As long as one could defeat a seeded contestant, one could still enter the top 30. Not long after everyone arrived at the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, it was almost time for everyone to arrive. As the host, Lin Donglai was late again. After a few days of research, we've selected 30 seeded contestants from the recommendation spots from the various mansions and sects. Lin Donglai went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. Then he began to recite the names of the 30 seeded contestants. One by one, the names entered everyone's ears. The 30 seeded contestants were from various mansions and sects. However, not every sect had a seeded contestant. For example, the Profound Jade Mansion and the Rui sect did not have a single seeded contestant. Naturally, the Rui sect was not the only one. However, it was precisely because of this that the Rui sect did not have a spot in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Since the Rui sect, as the host of the Profound Jade Mansion's banquet, did not say anything, what else could they say? Moreover, a seeded contestant did not mean anything. In the last Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, there were those who did not manage to enter the top 10. I remember, during the last Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, even Elder Yi from Chunyang School did not manage to obtain a seeded contestant. However, he still managed to enter the top 30 in the end. When the news spread, many people's eyes fell on the Chunyang School. Their gazes fell on Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng was the old ancestor of the Hidden Sword progeny in Chunyang School. He was the strongest person in Tonglung Province. Most importantly, he was not only a junior. He was not even 20,000 years old. During the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet 10,000 years ago, he was supposed to represent Chunyang School in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. However, he did not manage to enter the top 20, let alone the top 10. The world has changed in 10,000 years. 10,000 years ago, there were many who were stronger than this Elder Yi of the Pure Sun sect among the younger generation of the 7 prefectures, but now, there's no one who can compare to him. That's why it's said that temporary gains and losses are not permanent. Elder Yi from Chunyang School has taught us a good lesson. I think so too. Even if I can't enter the top 30 now, even if I'm not a seeded contestant, it doesn't mean I'll be weaker than them 10,000 years later. Who knows, maybe I'll be stronger than Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School and Mochi Hong from the Mochi clan. They might not be as strong as me 10,000 years later. As expected, Duan Lingtian obtained one of the 30 seeded contestants. If he did not obtain a spot, there might be people who would question him. Mochi Hong from the Mochi clan had also obtained a spot. However, Mochi Hong was the only one from the Mochi clan who obtained a spot. On the other hand, apart from Duan Lingtian, Yang Qinye from Chunyang School had also obtained a spot. This was beyond many people's expectations. They did not expect Yang Qinye to obtain a spot. Yang Qinye from Chunyang School has never shown his strength before. I didn't expect him to shock everyone with his skills. Now, he's even obtained a spot as a seeded contestant. Previously, I had a feeling that he's not weaker than those from Chunyang School. Now, it seems like that's true. Otherwise, the Mystic Jade Mansion wouldn't have given him a spot as a seeded contestant. There are a total of 30 spots. Among the 28 forces here, Chunyang School has obtained 2 spots. How amazing! It's not just Chunyang School. Even the Flame Howl sect has obtained 2 spots. Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo, the most powerful person among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect under 10,000 years old. Mo Luo Duo is widely acknowledged as the most powerful person among the younger generation in the Mystic Jade Mansion under 10,000 years old. He might not be weaker than Mo Qihong. He might be comparable to Duan Lingyan. This was the first time Duan Lingtian heard the name Mo Luo Duo, the prodigy of the Flame Howl sect. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the Flame Howl sect under 10,000 years old. The most powerful person among the younger generation in the Mystic Jade Mansion under 10,000 years old. Chapter 4029. In fact, Chunyang School and Blazing Howl sect were not the only 2 seeded contestants. A few other forces also had 2 seeded contestants. The reason why so many people were paying attention to Chunyang School and Blazing Howl sect was because of Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School. His name had recently spread throughout the 7 prefectures. As for Blazing Howl sect, as one of the hosts of the Mystic Jade Mansion's banquet and the host of the banquet was Elder Lin Donglai, it was impossible for them not to be noticed. However, regardless of whether it was Chunyang School or Blazing Howl sect, they were all young prodigies who had obtained seeded contestants. Their strength was obvious to all, so no one questioned them. On the other hand, the 2 prodigies from the other 2 forces who had mediocre performances before were given the seeded contestants this time. Many people were puzzled by this. 2 disciples from Tianshan Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect had obtained seeded contestants. One of them was a famous prodigy who had shown his strength previously. No one had any objections to him being a seeded contestant. As for the other person, he was not very famous. Furthermore, he did not display any sort of astonishing strength when he fought earlier. Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan had a disciple with a different surname who had obtained a seeded contestant. Like the other person from Tianshan Mansion, this person was not famous and his performance so far was mediocre. Luo Yuan from Tianshan Mansion's Autumn Leaf sect and Tooba Xiu from Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan. I've never heard of them before. Their performances were also mediocre, so how did they obtain seeded contestants? Many people were puzzled by this. More and more people were discussing this matter. Duan Lingtian was also puzzled when he heard these 2 names. This was because he had never heard of them before. He did not pay much attention to the previous battles. However, when he heard people talking about them, he found out that they were not famous in the past and had not shown much strength before. At the very least, many people were questioning them now. Tianshan Mansion, Netherworld Mansion. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Previously, he had heard from Zhen Pingfan that there would be 2 unknown prodigies from Tianshan Mansion and Netherworld Mansion appearing this time. Moreover, their strength was extraordinary and they might be aiming for the top 3 spots in the 7 prefectures banquet. These 2 people had one thing in common. That was, they were all nurtured by the strength of the entire prefecture. Once they entered the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, they would be able to obtain 3 slots. At that time, each of the 3 major powers in their prefecture would be able to obtain 1 slot each. According to that Elder Jin, the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and the Underworld Mansion might have listened to his suggestion from 10,000 years ago. If it's really them, then it's normal. They are fully qualified to be seeded contestants. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, also, if it's really them, Profound Jade Mansion must have already found out who they are. But it doesn't seem wise to recommend Heavenly Star Hall and Underworld Hall before they show their strength, right? If they had already displayed their strength, it wouldn't be wrong to recommend them as seeded candidates. However, if they haven't displayed their strength yet, they'll inevitably become the target of public criticism. This isn't a good thing for them, right? Just as Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed, a bell-like voice suddenly reverberated and clearly entered everyone's ears. Elder Lin, our Autumn Leaf sect didn't recommend Luo Yuan as a seeded candidate, right? Luo Yuan isn't one of the 3 people we recommended. The person who spoke was an old man with a curly beard. He had white hair, white eyebrows, and white beard. He stared at Lin Donglai with a gloomy expression as he questioned in a deep voice. Elder Lin, our Yuan clan didn't recommend Tuoba Xiao as well. As soon as the curly-bearded old man from the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect finished speaking, a skinny old man from the Yuan clan from the Underworld Mansion spoke as well. His tone was also filled with questions. As soon as the words left their mouths, an uproar broke out among the crowd. As it turned out, these two prodigies whom no one had heard of before were not recommended by their respective sects? If that was the case, why were they seeded candidates? For a time, all eyes were on Lin Donglai, waiting for him to answer the question of the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. They were all curious as to what the profound Jade Mansion was doing. Why would they let two people who were not recommended become seeded candidates? If it was only one person, it could be said that the profound Jade Mansion had made a mistake. However, there were two people. Could it be a mistake? Most people felt that it was definitely not a mistake, but at the same time, they were also curious as to why the profound Jade Mansion would do this. Now, they were all waiting to hear what Lin Donglai had to say. So they didn't recommend them. Duan Lingtian was still puzzled as to why the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan had recommended the two prodigies. Now that he heard the words of the two sects, it was obvious that they did not recommend them. If that was the case, then these two people were the seeded candidates that the profound Jade Mansion had decided on. However, didn't they say that the seeded candidates would be selected from the recommendations of the various sects? Wasn't the profound Jade Mansion contradicting themselves by doing this? At this moment, Lin Donglai did not show any signs of fear in the face of everyone's gazes. He smiled faintly and said, although the two prodigies from the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion did not recommend them, the profound Jade Mansion has heard that they're prodigies that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion have nurtured over the past 10,000 years. For this reason, although the Autumn Leaf sect and the Yuan clan did not recommend them, the profound Jade Mansion has unanimously decided to make an exception and let them become seeded candidates based on the principle of respecting prodigies. The reason the two elders are questioning them like this is because you're worried that they'll be targeted. I'd like to remind all of you, although these two prodigies did not reveal much of their strength is extraordinary. At the very least, all of you should treat them as if they're Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of the Chunyang school. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, he declared that the two prodigies from the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion were comparable to Duan Lingtian. Of course, if the two of you are challenged later on, please show more of your strength. That way, other people will recognize your strength and won't challenge you too much. You'll have more time to rest and wait for the competition for the top 30, or even the top 10 and top 3. Lin Donglai's final words were, naturally, directed at Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and Tuoba Xiao from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. As soon as Lin Donglai said those words, many people present were shocked. Heavenly Star Mansion and Underworld Mansion actually spent nearly 10,000 years to cultivate one person with the power of their respective mansions? They must be determined to get a spot in the Saint Land's secret zone. It's hard to imagine how powerful a prodigy nurtured by three major sects in a single mansion would be. He must be very powerful. To be able to be nurtured by all three of them, he must have been chosen by all three of them. Such a prodigy can't be mediocre. Coupled with the nurturing of three major sects in a single mansion, he must be extraordinary. Who would have thought that the mediocre Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiao would have such a background? That's right. If Elder Lin Donglai from the profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion had such prodigies. The young prodigies present were in an uproar. The higher-ups of the various major sects had long heard about Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiao. Therefore, they were not too surprised. However, they were still somewhat surprised that the profound Jade Mansion had chosen them. It was obvious that the profound Jade Mansion had done this on purpose. When they heard Lin Donglai's words, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Star Hall's Autumn Leaf sect and the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan's expressions turned ugly. However, they did not say anything. This was because similar situations had occurred in the past 7 mansions banquets. Some of the major sects had thought that they had hidden their trump cards well. However, in the end, they had been made a fool out of. Even the Heavenly Star Hall had made a fool out of the Profound Jade Mansion in the past. This time, the Profound Jade Mansion had most likely done this on purpose. Naturally, the Underworld Mansion had been wronged. Although the Underworld Mansion had done such things in the past as the host of the 7 Mansions banquets, they had never targeted the Profound Jade Mansion. All in all, this small disturbance passed just like that. No one pursued the matter, and no one cared. After all, it was pointless to pursue the matter. I really can't tell that the two of them are geniuses nurtured by the efforts of their respective mansions. Elder Lin Donglai compared them to Duan Ling Tian. It's clear that he thinks highly of them. I heard from my master that the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion are aiming for the top 3 in the 7 Mansions banquets this time. Initially, I thought that Duan Ling Tian and Ma Qihong would have a high chance of getting into the top 3. However, it seems like that might not be the case anymore. That's right. Nobody expected the Heavenly Star Hall and the Underworld Mansion to make such a move. I also heard that a monster has appeared in the Spirit Rhino Mansion and the Heavens Equal Sect. He has only appeared recently. The monster from the Heavens Equal Sect, the two of them, Duan Ling Tian, Ma Qihong, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl Sect, Mo Luo Duo from the Flame Howl Sect, and a few other young geniuses who have a high chance of getting into the top 3 as well. Looks like the battle for the top 3 in the 7 Mansions banquets will be interesting to watch. This is what makes it interesting. For those young geniuses who had a high chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, the appearance of people like Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiu had put a lot of pressure on them. As such, they were unable to raise their spirits. However, for those who had no chance of getting into the top 10 or top 3, they looked like they were here to watch a good show. Now, let's begin the first segment of the ranking battle. While the crowd was still whispering among themselves, Lin Donglai's voice rang out again, drowning out everyone's voices. The 30 seeded contestants will accept the challenges of the other 72 contestants. Each of the other 72 contestants will only have 3 challenges. Chapter 40-30. The 30 seeded contestants were pushed out in the first round of the ranking battle to accept challenges from the remaining 72 contestants. Under such circumstances, the remaining 72 contestants would naturally challenge those who they were confident of winning. As for those who were strong and knew they were no match for their opponents, it was meaningless to challenge them. Moreover, they might be injured and affect their next challenge. 3 challenges in a row. If you think you can't win, you can admit defeat in advance to preserve your strength. Otherwise, if you insist on fighting at the beginning, you might not be able to defeat your opponents later on because you're injured. As long as you admit defeat, I'll intervene as soon as you finish your sentence so that your opponent won't hurt you. Lin Donglai's voice rang out clearly. Next, the 72 contestants will receive their numbered tokens. Then, you'll enter the arena according to your number. The 30 seeded contestants will now take a few steps forward and stand in the void in front of the people from your respective forces so that you can choose your opponents. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, the 30 seeded contestants, including Duan Ling Tian, stepped into the void. On the Chunyang School's side, only Duan Ling Tian stepped into the void with Yang Qinya. This was because they were the only seeded contestants on the Chunyang School's side. As for the Mochi clan's side, there was only one seeded contestant, and that was Ma Qihong. At this moment, Ma Qihong stood in the void and looked straight ahead with a cold smile on his face. It was as if he wanted to see who would dare to challenge him. When Duan Ling Tian and the other 30 contestants stepped forward, Lin Donglai began to distribute the numbered tokens. Each of the 72 contestants received their own numbered tokens. Now, the prodigy who has received the number 1 token, please enter the arena and choose your opponent. If you win, you can replace your opponent and become a seeded contestant. After becoming a seeded contestant, you'll have to accept 3 challenges to enter the top 30. Of course, as a new seeded contestant, you can choose not to accept any more challenges on the day you become a seeded contestant. Lin Donglai said loudly. In fact, Duan Lingtian and the others had already heard about the rules from the high-ranking officials of their respective sections. Therefore, they were not surprised at all. Soon, the person who had obtained the number 1 token entered the arena. He was a genius from one of the clans in the Consonance Manor, and his strength was not bad. The last time he fought, he defeated his opponent within 10 moves. He had some reputation in the Consonance Manor. However, in the other manors, because there were even more talented existences, many people had never heard of him. I challenge. In the end, the Sky Pride from the Consonance Mansion chose a seeded contestant from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion. And the other party was only famous in the Heavenly Stellar Manor. In the beginning, the two of them were evenly matched, but in the end, it was the Heavenly Stellar Manor's seeded contestant who won after 50 moves. Moreover, looking at his calm and collected appearance, it was obvious that he had held back before. This person is quite smart. He could have defeated his opponent in a short period of time, but in order to preserve his strength, he delayed the battle for a while. It seems like he didn't end the battle quickly, but he only consumed a little more divine power. He can recover quickly after consuming a divine pill, and it won't affect him when he's challenged again. Many people saw through Heavenly Stellar Manor's plan. Of course, rather than calling it a plan, it was more accurate to call it experience. The Sky Pride from the Consonance Mansion, who had failed the challenge, did not look too good. At first, he thought that his opponent's strength was on par with his, and he had a high chance of winning. He did not expect that his opponent had hidden his strength. Now, he had lost at least 30 to 40% of his strength. Even if he was not seriously injured, he could not exert his full strength. Choose your opponent in 15 minutes. Lin Donglai glanced at the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride and said. His opponent's expression turned even worse when he heard this. He had been challenged consecutively, but he did not have his peak strength. This was a great disadvantage for him. Elder Lin. Finally, he looked at Lin Donglai and asked, as far as I know, if I give up the second challenge, I will have 15 minutes to recover? Lin Donglai looked at him deeply. You want to give up the second challenge and use the third challenge after 15 minutes of rest? Yes. The Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride nodded. Without waiting for Lin Donglai to speak, he sat cross-legged in the void and consumed a divine pill to recover. Seeing this, Lin Donglai was not in a hurry. He waited quietly. The others also waited with him. This Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride is smart. Many people exclaimed. Now, anyone could see that the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride was far from his peak strength. If he rushed to challenge after 15 minutes, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Once he failed the second challenge, he would not have much strength left. The chances of winning the third challenge would be even slimmer. Under such circumstances, giving up the second challenge and taking the third challenge after 15 minutes to recover was undoubtedly the best choice. Fortunately, I'm not number 1. Now, this Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride has taught us a good lesson. It's better to test the waters for the first challenge. Unless you are confident in winning, it's not worth using your full strength. A Sky Pride from a famous mansion sighed. The person beside him immediately smiled bitterly. That may be so, but who knows if the opponent you challenge is also thinking of conserving his strength. For example, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride's opponent did not use his full strength in the beginning. It felt like they were evenly matched. Perhaps, that's why the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride slowly used his full strength. Who would have thought that his opponent would give him a thunderous blow in the end and defeat him directly? It's impossible to guard against it. It all depends on one's eyesight and luck. That's right. Although there are 3 challenges, I think it's better to treat it as one challenge. You must be careful when choosing your opponent. That's right. For example, the person who was challenged just now has basically revealed his strength. If you're confident in defeating him, you can choose to challenge him. If you want to challenge him, you must do it as soon as possible. After all, he only has 2 chances to be challenged now. Can he deliberately find someone to waste his chances of being challenged? That seems to be a loophole, right? It's almost impossible. If someone deliberately wastes his chances of being challenged, once he shows more strength later on, he'll be disqualified from entering the top 100. This has never happened in the history of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. Unless that person is willing to give up on being ranked in the top 100. I don't think so as well. Now that he's been challenged by number 1, number 2 to number 10 won't be able to challenge him anymore. Once he's challenged by number 11 to number 20, number 21 to number 30 won't be able to challenge him as well. If you want to help him waste his chances of being challenged, you must be able to match up with the number. Unless you find someone at the last minute, but that's not realistic. Who would be willing to give up one of their chances of being challenged so easily? Moreover, if you give it up and show more strength later on, you'll be in trouble. There are so many intermediate god emperors present, do you think you can fool them? Although there was a loophole in the rules of the first segment of the ranking battle, everyone knew about it. It was fine to exploit the loophole, but there was a price to pay. Basically, no one was willing to pay such a price. Therefore, in the history of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, such a situation had never happened before. 15 minutes later, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride stood up and fixed his gaze on one person. It was a Sky Pride from the famous mansion. This Sky Pride from the famous mansion had not displayed much strength when he fought earlier. However, he could be considered a celebrity in the famous mansion, and even outside the famous mansion, he had some fame. In the end, the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride lost. This Sky Pride from the famous mansion was stronger than the previous opponent of the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride. Not to mention that he had not fully recovered his strength. Even if he was at his peak, he would still lose without a doubt. Therefore, when he left the arena, he was not discouraged at all because he felt that it was only natural for him to lose. I have even less confidence in the remaining 28 people. The 2 people who have the most confidence are stronger than me. It seems that the Profound Jade Mansion didn't randomly select the 30 people they challenged. I'm curious. Will there be anyone who will challenge the 2 Sky Prides from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and Netherworld Mansion? You should know that before they were exposed, I had planned to challenge them. These were the thoughts of the Consonance Mansion's Sky Pride. In truth, the others had the same thoughts as well. Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Stellar Mansion's Autumn Leaf School and Tuoba Xiao from the Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan were geniuses that had been nurtured by their respective mansions. However, when they learned about their background, most of them retreated. This was because the host of the Seven Mansions Banquet, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hall sect, had compared them to the Sky Pride of the Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. They knew that they were far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. Next, it was number 2's turn to challenge Luo Yuan and Tuoba Xiao. However, number 2's challenge still ended in failure. Similar to number 1, he gave up on his second challenge. On his third challenge, he had regained his peak strength. However, he was still defeated. After number 2 was done, it was number 3's turn. Number 3's challenge was still unsuccessful. Before number 7, no one had succeeded. When it was number 7's turn, he surprisingly chose Tuoba Xiao from the Netherworld Mansion's Yuan clan. He was also the prodigy whom Lin Donglai had said was on par with Duan Lingtian and whom the earthly underworld mansion had devoted all its resources to nurture. Tuoba Xiao, although Elder Lin thinks highly of your strength, I still want to see your strength. Number 7 was a Sky Pride from the Great Mansion. His eyes were filled with eagerness as he looked at Tuoba Xiao, who had just entered the arena. Chapter 4031. Tuoba Xiao's name did not sound like a man. At this moment, Tuoba Xiao was indeed not a man. She was a young lady dressed in a loose black robe. Her face was beautiful and cold, and her hair was tied up behind her back. She was dressed like a man. But even so, the current her could still be called a beauty. If she were to change into a woman's outfit, she would definitely be stunning. Make your move. Tuoba Xiao's beautiful face was cold. Facing number 7, who had challenged her, her gentle voice sounded indifferent. It gave off a feeling that she was unapproachable. All right. Number 7 was the prodigy from the famous mansion who had challenged Tuoba Xiao. After responding, he charged out with a high-grade divine artifact in his hand. He circulated the divine energy in his body and charged at Tuoba Xiu with all his might. Tuoba Xiu was compared to Duan Lingtian by Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hull sect, who was hosting the seven-mansion banquet this time. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tuoba Xiu did not make any moves in the face of the sky pride from the famous mansion. However, her black robe fluttered slightly. In the next instant, whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same time when the sky pride from the famous mansion approached, Tuoba Xiu's surroundings had turned into a world of ice and snow. Even the air around her had turned into ice and was rapidly spreading in all directions. 1,000 miles ice seal. In the blink of an eye, the famous mansion's genius was sealed in ice by a glacier that appeared out of thin air. He could be seen charging forward with all his might. However, he was only able to cross a short distance before he was completely stopped. Not only that, but his body was also frozen at this moment. The spectators could see the eyes of the sky pride from the famous mansion who was frozen in ice. At the same time, they could see the fear in the depths of his eyes through her gaze. He sent me a voice transmission saying that he's admitted defeat. Just when everyone was shocked by Tuoba Xiu's technique, Lin Donglai's voice rang out. Then he waved his hand, and the world of ice and snow in the void dissipated, returning it to its original state. As for Tuoba Xiu, she also took the opportunity to withdraw her divine power. Then, without saying anything, she turned around and left. As for the famous prefecture's prodigy, after he was rescued, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper and his body was trembling. Do you want to continue? Lin Donglai looked at the famous manor's sky pride and asked. Without waiting for a reply, he continued, however, I can see that your injuries are not light. I advise you not to continue with the challenge, lest it affects the ranking battles later. I give up. Thank you for saving my life, Elder Lin. The famous mansion's sky prides took a deep breath and thanked Lin Donglai. Even now, he still had some lingering fear when he thought of the scene just now. If Tuoba Xiu hadn't held back, he might have died the moment he was sealed in ice. The embryonic form of the Tao of control? Duan Lingtian stood in the void and looked at the figure in the distance. His eyes flashed. Perhaps the others present did not have any special feelings towards the embryonic form of the way of control. After all, the way of control and the way of weapons were very different. Once the way of control merged with the profundities of the laws, it could even become invisible. On the other hand, the way of weapons could not be concealed, not even in its embryonic form. That was right. Duan Lingtian could see it. Tuoba Xiu, a disciple of the Yuan clan from the underworld mansion, had comprehended the embryonic form of the way of control. Unless one had come into contact with the way of control or studied it, even a god emperor might not be able to see through the clues just now. However, as someone who had comprehended the way of control, Duan Lingtian was very familiar with it. This is the sky pride that the underworld mansion has nurtured with all its resources? Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn at this moment. Although Tuoba Xiu did not use her divine weapon earlier, when she activated the embryonic form of the way of control, she also displayed her attainments in the law of ice. At the very least, Duan Lingtian felt that Tuoba Xiu was definitely not weaker than Ma Qihong, whom he had defeated in the Seven Kills Valley back then. In fact, Ma Qihong might even be slightly weaker than her back then. While Duan Lingtian was feeling emotional, the people from the Chunyang school and the various mansions around him were also discussing Tuoba Xiu. Tuoba Xiu is too terrifying. The law of ice that she has comprehended has obviously reached an extremely powerful level. That sky pride from the famous mansions did not even have a chance to get close to her before he was blocked by her ice. As expected of the prodigy that the underworld mansion has nurtured with all its resources. Although the underworld mansion has contributed greatly to her success today, her innate talent and comprehension ability are more important. If it were us, even with the underworld mansion's unreserved help, we would not be able to compare to her. That's true. Although everyone knew that Tuoba Xiu was a prodigy that the underworld mansion had nurtured with all its resources and that she was treated with envy, no one could deny her innate talent and comprehension ability. If she was mediocre, the underworld mansion would not have been able to nurture her. After all, mud would not be able to support a wall. If Toba Xiao is like this, Luo Yuan from the Tianqian mansion and the Autumn Leaf School should be similar as well. No wonder Elder Lin compared them to Duan Ling Tian. That sky pride from the famous mansions probably did not even dream that Tuoba Xiao would be so powerful. Indeed, curiosity killed the cat. That's right. Obviously, he challenged Tuoba Xiao out of curiosity. By doing so, he has forfeited 3 chances to challenge Tuoba Xiao. I'm afraid no one will challenge Tuoba Xiao or Luo Yuan after this. I'm sure no one will challenge Tuoba Xiao anymore. As for Luo Yuan, with that sky pride from the famous mansions as an example, no one will challenge him as well. In the arena, the young prodigy who had obtained the number 8 token entered the arena. This time, the person who entered the arena was a disciple of the Chunyang school. He was none other than Lan Shilin, the great-grandson of Lan Jingming, the patriarch of the righteous mansions. Lan Shilin was one of the more outstanding ones among the younger generation of the Chunyang school. Of course, compared to the likes of Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue, he was still slightly inferior. He was second only to Yi Yingkai and the others. I challenge. Lan Shilin scanned the surroundings and finally locked his gaze on one person. It was a sky pride from the Consonance Mansion. Before this, his gaze had swept past the seated contestant from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. He had paused for a moment. However, in the end, he had given up on challenging that person. He was not a match for that person. Although he wanted to show off in front of his fellow disciples and gain some face for himself, the rationality that came from knowing his own limits still prevailed over his impulsiveness. However, even though Lan Shilin had chosen the Consonance Mansion Sky Pride, he was still defeated. In less than 30 moves, he was defeated by his opponent. How powerful! After his defeat, Lan Shilin was not discouraged. He knew that it was impossible for him to enter the top 30. Now that he had entered the arena, it was just a formality. After all, even within the Chunyang school, there were several people who were stronger than him but did not become seeded contestants, not to mention other forces. It was all luck that I was able to enter the aspirations group. I just hope that I won't be at the bottom this time and get kicked out of the top 100. The members of the aspirations group entered the ranking battle. There were a total of 102 people in the aspirations group. It was destined that 2 people would be excluded from the top 100 and would not be able to receive any rewards from the 7 prefectures feast. Of course, many people would not be interested in the rewards for the 100th place. However, that was not only a matter of rewards, but also a matter of face. If you entered the top 100, you could generously tell others in the future that you participated in the 7 prefectures feast and entered the top 100. The challenges continued. However, even when it was the 30th place's turn, no one had succeeded in their challenge. The 30 seeded contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains that made people flinch. Now, the person who has obtained the number 31 token entered the arena. As soon as Lin Donglai spoke, Duan Lingtian saw Yingkai, who was not far from him, move. As soon as he moved, he rode the wind and entered the arena in the blink of an eye. It's Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai was the prodigy of the Chunyang school's younger generation. He was famous and many people recognized him. In fact, before Duan Lingtian entered Chunyang school, Yi Yingkai and Yun Yue were the top prodigies of the Chunyang school's younger generation. When people talked about the prodigies of the Chunyang school's younger generation, they would be the first to come to mind. Unlike now, when people talked about them, they would only think of Duan Lingtian. This was because compared to Duan Lingtian, their achievements paled in comparison. Is he going to challenge the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness? Duan Lingtian noticed that Yingsai's eyes were fixed on one person after he entered the arena. It was none other than the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness who had been selected as a seeded player. This time, only one person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness had been selected as a seeded player. A moment later, Duan Lingtian knew that he had guessed correctly. I challenge Hu Tsai of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. When Lin Donglai asked Yin Kai who he was going to challenge, Yin Sai's gaze remained unchanged and he spoke calmly. He directly challenged the prodigy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Hu Tsai. Hu Tsai was a young man wearing a loose blue robe. He was tall and burly, almost 2 meters tall. His burly figure stepped into the air like a small moving tower. His appearance was average, but he left a deep impression on others. His face was chiseled, and his features were chiseled. Yin Kai, you almost killed my junior brother from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness earlier. Hu Tsai glanced at Yin Kai indifferently after he entered the arena. I was wondering if you would challenge me earlier. I didn't expect you to actually challenge me. You've given me a chance to avenge my junior brother from the same sect. Earlier, Yin Kai had almost killed that disciple from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Although that person was not close to Hu Tsai, they were from the same faction in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Usually, that person would be very respectful when he saw Lin Donglai. Moreover, he had done many things for Lin Donglai. Many people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew about this. Therefore, Lin Donglai did not deny his relationship with that person. Instead, he declared that he would avenge that person. Chapter 4032. Hu Tsai was one of the seeded contestants of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Naturally, he had his own strengths to be a seeded contestant. At the very least, there were a few outstanding young people in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. However, compared to Hu Tsai, they were slightly weaker. As for how strong Hu Tsai was, not many people in the East Mountain Prefecture knew about it. Even in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, no one had ever seen Hu Tsai fight with his full strength. Even when he defeated the other outstanding young prodigies of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Hu Tsai still managed to end the battle with ease. From the beginning to the end, he was not stained by dust at all. This Yin Kai dares to challenge Brother Hu? He's digging his own grave. Others might not know Hu Tsai's strength, but the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness knew very well. They trusted Hu Tsai's strength from the bottom of their hearts. Hu Tsai was the strongest person in the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness under the age of 10,000. He was not like the Chunyang school where several people were tied for first place. Of course, that was before the appearance of Duan Lingtian. After the appearance of Duan Lingtian, the strongest person in the Chunyang school was Duan Lingtian. Because of this, the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness usually compared Hu Tsai to Duan Lingtian. As for Yin Kai, they instinctively thought that he was not worthy of being compared to Hu Tsai. Earlier, Yin Kai was the one who attacked first and severely injured the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. After that, we started the conflict with the Chunyang school. A person like this deserves to die. That's right. I hope Brother Hu can kill him directly. Even if he can't kill him, it's not bad to cripple him. I think he's the grand disciple of Yi Chen-feng, the ancestor of the Hidden Sword faction in Chunyang school. With Yi Chen-feng around, even if Elder Lin of the Mystic Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect does not do anything, Brother Hu will have a hard time killing him. This guy is really lucky to have such a grandmaster. Under the mocking gazes of the people of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, Yin Kai finally made his move. After a while, he and Hu Tsai of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness began fighting. Within 10 moves, they were evenly matched. However, after 10 moves, Hu Tsai gained the upper hand. Then he attacked like the wind and thunder. Vast and mighty power swept out and suppressed Yin Kai. Within 20 moves, Yin Kai was severely injured. However, even if he was seriously injured, Yin Kai still gritted his teeth and wanted to fight again. I admit defeat. At this time, Hu Tsai, who thought that he could attack Yin Kai again, heard an indifferent voice. It came from the Chunyang school. When Hu Tsai heard the voice, he glanced at the person who spoke. When he met the other party's sharp gaze, he felt a sense of absent-mindedness. In the next instant, he turned his head with a grave expression, not daring to look at the other party again. Was this the strength of Tonglung Province's #1 expert? Just one look was enough to make him feel as if 10,000 arrows had pierced through his heart. At that moment, he felt as if he was about to suffocate. Most importantly, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness did not seem to notice it at all. The other party seemed to be a middle god emperor as well, right? They were both middle god emperors, but the difference was so big? No matter what, since Yi Chen-feng had admitted defeat on behalf of Yi Yingkai, Hu Tsai could not continue attacking. Even if there was no rule in the Seven Prefectures banquet that stated that elders could admit defeat on behalf of juniors. He really could not afford to offend Yi Chen-feng. Right now, he could only suppress the urge to continue attacking. Grandmaster, Yin Tsai's expression was bitter. At the same time, his mind was in turmoil. The blood that was stuck in his throat suddenly spurted out. His face was incomparably pale. Do you still want to continue? Lin Donglai looked at Yi Yingkai and asked. Yes. Just as Yi Yingkai was about to say, continue, Yi Chen-feng's voice sounded again. Give up the second challenge. The third challenge will begin in 15 minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, a pill bottle flew through the air and landed in Yi Yingkai's hand. It was Yi Chen-feng who had thrown it to him. At this moment, Yi Yingkai looked at Yi Chen-feng's calm gaze and felt a sense of guilt. He felt like crying. Too impulsive. Right now, it was not only the others who thought this way. Even Duan Lingtian thought the same. He felt that Yi Chen-feng was too impulsive. At first, I thought that Chunyang School was counting on me to enter the top 10 of the Seven Prefectures Feast because they thought that no one in the sect could enter the top 10. Now, it seems that these people from Chunyang School, with the exception of Yang Qianye, may not be able to enter the top 30 of the Seven Prefectures Feast. Now, Duan Lingtian also realized that it was already very good for Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chen-feng to enter the top 30 of the Seven Prefectures Feast 10,000 years ago. At least, they were not weaker than Yi Chen-feng and Yun Yue back then. Elder Yi, thank you for letting me win. The leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, Ren Tiechio, sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. Ren Tiechio's voice was filled with pride. It was obvious that he did not want to let go of this opportunity to ridicule Yi Chen-feng. After the Seven Prefectures Feast, shall we spar? Faced with Ren Tiechio's smug tone, Yi Chen-feng only replied indifferently. This sentence was like a trump card. As soon as it reached Ren Tiechio's ears, Ren Tiechio no longer continued to communicate with Yi Chen-feng through voice transmission. And at this moment, Yi Chen-feng's ears were also completely quiet. At the same time, the people from the various major forces who were watching from the sidelines thought of Yi Chen-feng's earlier attack and vaguely understood what was going on. Why does it feel like Yi Yingkai is targeting the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? Does he have a grudge against the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice? I'm not sure about that. However, they're both from Tonglung Province. Maybe they've had a conflict before. Yi Yingkai is too impulsive? The fact that this person from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice was selected as a seeded contestant is enough to show that he's not ordinary. If he recklessly challenges him, he's destined to be at a disadvantage. While the crowd was discussing and whispering, a quarter of an hour quickly passed. Yi Yingkai gave up on his second chance to challenge. However, he did not give up on his third chance to challenge. In just 15 minutes, Yi Yingkai, who was originally severely injured in the eyes of the crowd, seemed to have been reborn. At the very least, he did not seem to be injured at all. The divine pill that Elder Yi from Chunyang School gave him earlier is most likely not an ordinary divine pill. Otherwise, how could it have such a good effect? This scene caused many people's imaginations to run wild. It's obviously not an ordinary divine pill. I wonder what kind of healing divine pill it is. Even a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill doesn't have such an effect. Could it be an Imperial-grade divine pill? It's possible. Moreover, it shouldn't be an ordinary healing Imperial-grade divine pill. As far as I know, there are a few types of Imperial-grade divine pills that have such an effect. A Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill? What are you thinking about? I've never heard of anyone being able to refine a Supreme Emperor-grade divine pill. Perhaps, there are people in a more distant and vast world who can refine it, but the news hasn't reached here yet. I've actually seen records in some ancient books that someone had once refined a peak emperor-level divine pellet. However, this kind of person, even in his era, in the entire profound Handleland, was in existence as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Yi Yingsai's quick recovery made people think of the divine pill that Yi Chenfeng had specially given him earlier. Even Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. It's at least an imperial-grade divine pill. There's no emperor-grade divine pill that can help him recover so quickly. Even a supreme emperor-grade divine pill won't work. Although Duan Lingtian could also refine supreme emperor-grade divine pills now, he was still unable to refine supreme emperor-grade divine pills that were more difficult to refine. As for supreme emperor-grade divine pills, until now he had not been able to refine one. He had tried a few times, but without exception, he had failed and wasted a lot of precious materials. The materials needed to refine a supreme emperor-grade divine pill were extremely precious. Even a supplementary ingredient might be the main ingredient of a supreme emperor-grade divine pill. I challenge. Soon, Yi Yingkai chose another opponent. It was a prodigy from the famous prefecture. This prodigy of the famous prefecture was the prodigy of the Cold Mountain residents, one of the 4 major powers of the famous prefecture. He was the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of the Cold Mountain residents, and was also the only one selected as a seeded participant. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain residents had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His face was full of stubble and his clothes were shabby. He looked a little sloppy and unkempt. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand at all times. Even after entering the arena, he still drank a few mouthfuls of wine. This person, Duan Lingtian, looked at this middle-aged man again. Although it was his first time seeing him, his intuition told him that this kind of strange person was either mediocre or powerful. And this person did not look mediocre at all. Mediocre people would not be chosen as a seeded contestant. Let's begin. Yi Yingkai could not help but frown when he saw that the other party was still drinking. You go first. The middle-aged man put down the wine gourd in his hand and wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with his other hand. He grinned and said, "Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance." When the middle-aged man said this, not only did Yi Yingsai's face fall, but the others also burst into an uproar. This prodigy from the Cold Mountain residents is really arrogant. His previous performance was just so, right? The strength he displayed is not even comparable to Yi Yingsai's. Just as the crowd was discussing, Yi Yingkai, who had an ugly expression, finally made his move. Moreover, as soon as he made his move, his originally ugly expression turned serious. A high-grade divine sword appeared in his hand as he unreservedly circulated the divine energy in his body and sensed the surrounding law energy. This was because the moment he made his move, his Grandmaster Yi Chenfeng's voice rang in his ears. Don't underestimate him. His strength is not inferior to Hu Chai's. This sentence completely woke Yi Yingkai up. Duan Lingtian also noticed the sudden change in Yi Yingsai's attitude. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Yi Chenfeng, who was on a small floating island not far away. Yi Yingsai's change in attitude was most likely related to Yi Chenfeng. Chapter 40-33. All of a sudden, Yi Yingkai turned serious. His casual attitude from before made the onlookers feel the tension in the air. At the same time, they could sense a strong smell of gunpowder spreading out. In the next instant, they saw Yi Yingkai charging toward the prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence with his sword in hand. I don't think I've heard of this prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence before. The fact that he's chosen as a seeded participant shows his strength. Previously, I thought it was strange that some unknown prodigies were chosen as seeded participants. However, it seems like the profound Jade Mansion has some information we don't know about. First, the Heavenly Stellar Mansion and the Netherworld Mansion each sent a hidden prodigy. Now, the prodigy from the Cold Mountain residence isn't one of the prodigies we're familiar with. Now that you mention it, I realize none of the famous prodigies from the Cold Mountain residence were chosen as seeded participants. Only this person was chosen as a seeded participant. If I remember correctly, This person is called Wang Xiong. While the onlookers were discussing among themselves, Yi Inkai had already approached Wang Xiong. He cast his profundities from the law of profundities and merged them with the divine sword in his hand before they turned into dazzling sword rays that shot out. Bush, 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 bush. The sword rays shot out like a net, completely sealing off the prodigy from the cold mountain residence, Wang Xiong. However, while many people were breaking out in cold sweat for Wang Xiong's expression did not change. However, the originally lazy expression in his eyes became somewhat sharp at this moment. Then, Wang Xiong slapped the wine gourd in his hand. The wine gourd expanded in the wind and turned into a gigantic gourd that shrouded him. Around the gourd's gourd, rolling gray energy transformed into a yellowish light that intertwined with each other to form an impenetrable wall. At the same time, the sword rays descended. Clang, 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 clang. When the sword rays landed on the gourd's gourd, it was as though they had hit a steel plate. However, there was no sign of the gourd's gourd breaking. Pumph. Seeing this, Yi Inkai continued to exert his full strength. However, his expression soon changed because he realized that even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't break the other party's tortoise shell. At this moment, the solid gourd shadow paused on the spot and then whistled out. Moreover, its speed was not slow at all, and in the blink of an eye, it swept away the sword rays that filled the sky. Then he rushed towards Yi Inkai. Seeing this, Yi Inkai attacked while retreating. However, his attacks were simply unable to breach his opponent's defense. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to breach his opponent's defense. Fortunately, although his opponent's speed was not slow, at least among those who were skilled in the law of earth, he was still slightly slower than him. The change in the field happened in just a moment. Just a moment ago, everyone was still watching Yi Inkai charge at Wang Xiong, but in the blink of an eye, Yi Chenfeng could only run. Moreover, Yi Chenfeng's attacks could not do anything to Wang Xiong at all. This Wang Xiong, what a terrifying defense. He's an expert in the laws of earth. Moreover, from the looks of it, he's an expert in the laws of earth that specializes in defense. This is too terrifying. Yi Chenfeng uses the sword, and in terms of offense, he can be considered strong, but he can't break through his defense. Right now, Wang Xiong only has a slight disadvantage in terms of speed. Otherwise, Yi Chenfeng would be defeated right now. The spectators were in an uproar at this moment. Clearly, the scene before their eyes was completely out of their expectations. The defense displayed by Wang Xiong not only shocked the group of young heaven prides present, but even the upper echelons of the various major powers present had solemn expressions at this moment. Elder Qi. There was even a power near the famous mansion's Cold Mountain residence. Looking at the leader of the people who came from the Cold Mountain residence this time, he sighed and said, "I really didn't expect that your Cold Mountain residence was hiding such a character. This shouldn't be the external aid that you found, right?" As this person opened his mouth to ask this question, numerous gazes swept towards the Cold Mountain residence. On the other hand, the leader of the people from the Cold Mountain residence was an old man in a light green robe. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. When faced with the question from the people around him, he smiled faintly and said, "Wang Xiong grew up in the Cold Mountain residence since he was young. However, he rarely appears in public and has always been training outside. He recently returned from the Seven Mansions banquet. Speaking of which, all of you should have an impression of his father. His father is called Wang Anchong." Wang Anchong. Upon hearing the words of the elder from the Cold Mountain residence, someone exclaimed in surprise, "Elder Qi, is this Wang Anchong the person who made it to the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago?" During the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago, there was a person named Wang Anchong who made it to the top 10 in the Cold Mountain residence of the famous mansion. "Yes, it's him." The old man nodded. For a time, the people from the various mansions and major powers discussed animatedly. "He's Wang Anchong's son?" At this moment, on the side of the Chunying school, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Naturally, they knew who Wang Anchong was. In fact, They had even been defeated by Wang Anchong 10,000 years ago. The most important thing was, Wang Anchong had a very good temper. Although it was the first time they met back then, they could chat because they liked each other. He could be considered their friend. However, what was unexpected was that not long after the Seven Mansions banquet ended, Wang Anchong died outside the famous mansion due to an accident. At that time, because of Wang Anchong's death, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng had gathered together and lamented. As the saying went, heaven is jealous of geniuses. I didn't expect this. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Yi Chenfeng could not help but sigh. His father defeated both Elder Yi and Elder Zhen 10,000 years ago. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not help but be a little surprised when he learned from Zhen Pingfan that the sloppy middle-aged man's father had defeated him and Yi Chenfeng 10,000 years ago. Moreover, he was one of the prodigies who made it to the top 10 in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago. However, he died prematurely. This Wang Xiong is going to win. In the field, although Yi Yingkai had the advantage in speed, Duan Lingtian knew that Wang Xiong was going to win when he saw his current movements. Wang Xiong seemed to be unleashing his endless power to launch attacks, but Duan Lingtian could tell that Wang Xiong was not launching attacks mindlessly. Otherwise, why would he launch attacks repeatedly when Yi Yingkai could easily dodge them? Amazing! Yi Chenfeng's exclamation sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the others saw that Wang Xiong's attack had not been launched. Not only did Wang Xiong's attack, which had missed, not disperse, it instead turned into solid yellow pillars that gathered together as it whistled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge cage and kept shrinking. Most importantly, Yingkai was still inside. He has been preparing for this moment all along. At this moment, Yi Yingkai finally realized that something was wrong. He wanted to escape from the cage immediately, but he realized that unless he broke the cage, he could not escape. Wang Xiong had been planning this for a long time. Now that he had retracted the net, it was obvious that he had the confidence to trap him. Since I can't escape, I will attack my way out. Yi Yingkai made up his mind and started attacking the cage. Although the cage was sturdy, under his attacks, it showed signs of cracking. Seeing that the cage was cracking, Yi Yingkai was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, his expression changed completely. This was because he realized that while he was attacking the cage, Wang Xiong had already caught up with him. He had no choice but to escape again and could not attack the place he had attacked previously. Yi Yingkai continued to escape and Wang Xiong continued to chase. However, under the gazes of Duan Lingtian and the others, the enormous cage continued to shrink, and the space that Yi Yingkai could escape to was becoming narrower and smaller. In the end, Yi Yingkai could not escape and could only face Wang Xiong head-on. However, he could not break through Wang Xiong's defense. Wang Xiong only casually attacked him and injured him, crippling his strength by more than half. I admit defeat. At this moment, the powerless Yi Yingkai could only admit defeat. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Although he felt aggrieved, he knew that he could not continue. Otherwise, his injuries would only worsen and it would affect his ranking later. Although there was no hope for the top 30. However, if he could get into the top 50, or even top 40, it would not be a disgrace to Chunyang School. Thank you for letting me win. Wang Xiong grinned and looked at Yi Yingkai. Your strength is stronger than I thought. I didn't expect that you still held back and did not show your full speed. Hearing Wang Xiong's words, Yi Yingkai smiled bitterly. In the last round, he faced Hu Tsai from the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice. Because Hu Tsai's speed was not slower than his, he did not think of pulling away or even dodging. He had been fighting Hu Tsai head-on. Because of this, he did not show his true speed. Perhaps, when Wang Xiong said that if he did not make the first move, he would not have the chance to attack, he thought that his speed was only that. If he only had that kind of speed, once Wang Xiong made the first move, he might not have the chance to attack. You're very strong. I'm convinced. Yi Yingkai said seriously. Yi Yingkai lost and did not have the chance to get into the top 30 of the Seven Prefectures feast. However, when he left the stage, he was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes were shining as if his heart was rejuvenated. It was obvious that he had figured out something. Seeing this, Yi Chenfeng smiled. After Ying Kai returned, he looked at him and said, "You're still young. There are countless possibilities in the future." In today's 7 Prefectures feast, there were many people stronger than you. However, 10,000 years later, they might not be as strong as you. When Yi Chenfeng said this, Ying Sai's eyes shone brighter. He knew that his grandmaster participated in the 7 Prefectures feast 10,000 years ago and did not even enter the top 20, but now, in terms of strength, none of the people who entered the top 20 back then could compare to his grandmaster. Chapter 4034. The challenges were still ongoing. Following that, until the end of the day, many people discovered that of the 30 seeded contestants, regardless of whether they had displayed great strength or not, none of them had been defeated. On the contrary, all the challengers had been defeated without exception. On the Chunyang school's side, although Yi Chizai was the only strong contestant, Yun Yewei and a few others who were as famous as Yi Chizai had solemn expressions on their faces. At this moment, they all felt that there was a reason why they had not been selected as seeded contestants. None of the seeded contestants selected by the mysterious Jade Mansion were weak. After the day ended, everyone returned to rest. They waited for the next day to arrive. After Duan Lingtian returned, he cultivated quietly as usual. He would go over the next day and see if anyone wanted to challenge him. If no one wanted to challenge him, he would continue to watch the show. If someone wanted to challenge him, he would make a move. As for the pressure? Not for the time being. The mysterious Jade Mansion has done a good job in gathering information. Not only were the famous young geniuses selected as seeded contestants in the past, but they also found out about those who had hidden themselves and only appeared before the 7 Prefectures banquet. Tuoba Xiu, the young genius of the Yuan clan from the Netherworld Mansion, and Wang Xiong from the Hanshan Mansion from the Daming Mansion, were the hidden geniuses of the 2 major powers. In the past, no one had heard of them. They had only appeared before the 7 Prefectures banquet. Moreover, they had made a name for themselves in today's 7 Prefectures banquet. I wonder if anyone will succeed in their challenge tomorrow. If not, the first round of the 7 Prefectures banquet ranking battle is obviously just a warm-up for the seeded contestants. Moreover, I reckon many of the seeded contestants won't even get a chance to warm up. The next day, Duan Lingtian followed the Chunyang school's team to the 7 Prefectures banquet once again. The first round of the ranking battle continued. The young genius who had obtained a serial number token and was ranked behind the last contestant from yesterday went up to challenge the others. As for this person, after entering the arena, unexpectedly he looked at the autumn leaves gate of Tianshan Manor and locked onto one of them. With a clear voice, he said, "Brother Luo Yuan, let's fight. Although I know that I am not your opponent, I still want to see your strength." This young Heaven's Pride who issued the challenge was from the same faction as Wang Xiong, who had defeated Genius Yi yesterday. He was also one of the few well-known Heaven's Prides from the Cold Mountain residence. He is actually challenging Luo Yuan? Although Luo Yuan has yet to display his strength, since Tuoba Xiu, who is as famous as him, is already so strong, Luo Yuan should not be weak. I originally thought that no one would challenge Luo Yuan. Unexpectedly, on the very next day, someone actually did. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian was surprised. Was the genius of the Hanshan residence really doing this just to test Luo Yuan's strength? Or was it to scout for Wang Xiong? Although Wang Xiong took a long time to defeat Yi Yingkai yesterday and his performance was not amazing enough, his defense was enough to put him in an invincible position. He might even be able to put up a fight against Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan. Duan Lingtian followed the gazes of the crowd and looked toward the autumn leaf gate of the Tianshan residence. On the other side, a young man that wore a dark green robe, had a cold expression, and was obviously reserved in speech and manner, and stepped into the sky with a cold expression and stood in confrontation with the young man. If there are no problems, let's begin. Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the 7 residences banquet, spoke up. The instant Lin Donglai finished speaking, the genius of the Hanshan residence made his move. The moment he made his move, he activated the high-grade divine saber in his hand and unleashed a thunderous attack. As for Luo Yuan, in the face of the thunderous attack, he casually took out a 2-meter-long hammer. This was especially true for the hammerhead, which was the size of a small mountain. It did not match Luo Yuan's skinny body at all. However, before the crowd could even take a look at the divine weapon in Luo Yuan's hand, Luo Yuan had already waved the hammer in his hand. Condensed divine power and the power of laws roared on the hammer. Luo Yuan did not specialize in any of the 4 supreme laws, nor did he specialize in the 5 elemental laws. Similar to Tuoba Xiu, who specialized in the 5 elemental laws, Luo Yuan also specialized in the 5 elemental laws. However, he did not specialize in the law of ice, but in the law of lightning. Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Yuan made his move and clashed head-on with the genius of the Hanshan residents who had made the first move. A deafening explosion resounded as a terrifying shockwave spread out. However, before the shockwave could reach the crowd, Lin Donglai raised his hand and extinguished it. As an Emperor God expert, it was easy for Lin Donglai to deal with such a situation. However, at this moment, Lin Donglai's gaze was fixed on Luo Yuan. His eyes were filled with shock, as he had not expected Luo Yuan to be so strong. In the next instant, the crowd saw that Luo Yuan's body did not move at all. In the end, he was as still as a mountain. On the other hand, the genius of the Hanshan residence was sent flying. Not only was his attack destroyed, but his divine saber was also knocked out of his hand. Both his arms were broken, and he coughed up blood. His aura weakened. This was all thanks to Lin Donglai's timely intervention. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot with that strike just now. I didn't disappoint you, did I? Luo Yuan calmly asked as he glanced at the heavens prides of the cold mountain residents, who had barely managed to stop themselves in the distance and were on the verge of collapsing. When the genius of the Hanshan residents heard this, a bitter expression appeared on his pale face. I was too arrogant. I am sincerely convinced of Brother Luo's strength. Worthy of being a genius aiming for the top 3 of the 7 residences banquet. The genius of the Hanshan residents coughed up another mouthful of blood before retreating dejectedly. Elder Lin, thank you for saving my life. I will give up on the remaining 2 challenges. He had no choice but to give up. His injuries were too severe. If he did not return to recuperate, continuing to fight would only worsen his injuries. At that time, he might even be kicked out of the top 100. So strong. Too scary. This Luo Yuan seems to be even stronger than Tuoba Xiu. As Luo Yuan turned around and left, an uproar broke out. This was especially true for the young geniuses, who were all astonished. After seeing Tuoba Xiu make her move, they knew that Luo Yuan was not weak. After all, just like how Tuoba Xiu had been nurtured by the Netherworld residents, Luo Yuan had also been nurtured by the Heavenly Star residents. However, although they had guessed that Luo Yuan would not be weak, his earlier attack had still shocked them. Luo Yuan's attack was different from Tuoba Xiu's. Tuoba Xiu had frozen her opponent. Luo Yuan, on the other hand, had crushed his opponent in a head-on clash. This was even more shocking. As such, some people were now saying that Luo Yuan was stronger than Tuoba Xiu. Of course, this was only the opinion of some people. However, the majority of the young geniuses felt that even if Tuoba Xiu's earlier attack had not been strong enough, it could not be said that she was weaker than Luo Yuan. This was unless the 2 of them fought and a victor was decided. Otherwise, they would not dare to say that Tuoba Xiu was definitely weaker than Luo Yuan. I am truly curious which of the 2 of them is stronger. Duan Lingtian's expression turned somewhat solemn. The strength Luo Yuan had just displayed was also stronger than Mochi Hong, who had been defeated by him back in the 7 Kills Valley. When he thought of Mochi Hong, Duan Lingtian subconsciously glanced at the Mochi clan. He saw that Mochi Hong had a solemn expression on his face. Evidently, he was feeling quite pressured as well. Luo Yuan is very strong. Beside Yi Chenfeng and Zhen Pingfan, Lu Fenggu sighed. It seems like the Heavenly Star residence has put in a lot of effort for this 7 mansions banquet. The Netherworld residence is not bad either. Zhen Pingfan smiled. At the same time, he glanced at the people from the other prefectures. In this 7 prefectures banquet, if one of them really makes it into the top 3, then perhaps, in the next 7 prefectures banquet, it won't be just one of them who has poured all their resources into cultivating one person. Are you saying that the other mansions will follow suit? Lu Fenggu asked. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Although the other mansions have no less than 4 powers, if they put in all their effort to nurture 2 such geniuses, even if they don't aim to enter the top 3, they should still be able to enter the top 10, right? 1 top 10, 2 spots. 2 top 10, that's 4 spots. That's 1 more spot than 1 top 3. In the 7 mansions banquet, apart from the first place winner, who would be able to obtain 4 spots to enter the sacred grounds, the second and third place winners would each be able to obtain 3 spots to enter the sacred grounds. The top 3 would be able to obtain at least 3 spots. I don't think so. Lu Fenggu shook his head and said, this method involves too many things. Moreover, some powers will definitely be confident in their disciples and will not participate. 1 less power won't be a big deal. Zhen Pingfan smiled faintly. Take our Tonglung province for example. If someone suggests this and our Chunyang school is unwilling to participate, why can't the other powers work together to fulfill this suggestion? Zhen Pingfan and Lu Fenggu's conversation was not through telepathy. Therefore, even Duan Lingtian and the others could hear it clearly. Many people's expressions turned solemn. It would be fine if Chunyang school did not agree to this. However, if they did, it would implicate their interests. After all, there were only so many resources in the sect. In particular, top-tier resources were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Now, they still had a chance to compete. However, if Chunyang school were to participate and use all its power to nurture 1 or 2 geniuses, they would not even have a chance to compete for those top-tier resources. This was not a good thing for them. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not think much of it. After all, this did not affect him much. He did not know how long he would stay in Chunyang school after the 7 mansions banquet. Perhaps, it would not be long before he left? On this day and the following days, none of the 72 prodigies who went on stage succeeded. The 30 seeded contestants were like 30 insurmountable mountains, making people shrink back at the sight of them. Chapter 4035. The final stage of the 7 prefectures grand banquet was the ranking battle. The first stage of the ranking battle was to challenge the seeded contestants. The 30 seeded contestants would be challenged by other contestants. In the 7 prefectures grand banquet this time, the mysterious Jade Mansion had a vicious eye. None of the 30 seeded contestants were defeated and replaced. At this point, the first stage of the ranking battle was over. During this process, Duan Lingtian, Mochi Hong, and the other young prodigies who were famous in the other prefectures were not challenged by other contestants. This was because not only were they very famous, but they had also displayed amazing strength. We're about to enter the second stage of the ranking battle. In the second stage of the ranking battle, the remaining 72 contestants will be ranked from the 30th to the 100th place. The 2 weakest contestants will be kicked out of the top 100. On the day of the end of the first stage, Duan Lingtian heard many people's voices as he was leaving. The second stage had nothing to do with him, Mochi Hong, Yang Qinya, and the other seeded contestants. They only needed to prove themselves in the third stage, which was the last stage. Yang Qinya. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yang Qinya a few more times as he was leaving with the rest of the Chunyang school. He had to admit that Yang Qinya's performance was beyond his expectations. As expected of someone who had entered the strongest divine abode. Although Yang Qinya had been challenged by 2 contestants in the past 2 days, he had defeated his opponents. It took him some time to defeat his first opponent. However, in his second opponent, he once again displayed even greater strength. He directly defeated his opponent within 3 moves, allowing everyone to completely witness his strength. At that time, even Yi Inkai and the other young prodigies of the Chunyang school were ashamed of their inferiority when they faced Yang Chenya's strength. Elder Yuan, the disciples of your sect are truly unexpected. At this time, several Chunyang school elders next to Yang Chenya's master, Yuan Hanjin, sighed. I've never heard of him being so monstrous in the past. That's right, Elder Yuan. Another elder sighed. This disciple of yours has hidden his strength too well. And you, for you to be able to find him, you are really amazing. Elder Yuan, I'm really envious that you have such a disciple. Now, Yuan Hanjin had become the focus of many people's attention, especially a group of Chunyang school elders, who could not hide their envy. As for Yuan Hanjin himself, although he was humble on the surface, there was still a hint of pride in the depths of his eyes. This disciple of Yang Chenya had indeed given him a lot of face. However, they may not know that this is not my disciple's true strength. If this disciple of mine shows his true strength, he might be able to enter the top 10. If he can get into the top 10, he will win 2 more places for Chunyang School. These were the thoughts in Yuan Hanjin's mind. When he thought of this, his heart burned with passion. If Yang Chenya could get 2 spots, then one of them would definitely go to his father. If he couldn't obtain it, then even if Duan Ling Tian entered the top 3, his father would still have no chance. Unless Duan Ling Tian entered the first place, then his father would still have a chance. Before his father, Yi Chenfeng, Lu Fenggu, and Zhen Yunfeng, the ancestor of the Yunfeng branch, had priority. It was needless to say that Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu were superior to his father in terms of status and strength in Chunyang School. Zhen Yunfeng was also slightly stronger than his father. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was from Zhen Yunfeng's branch. If he entered the top 3 and Zhen Yunfeng got a spot, no one would say anything and no one could say anything. At this moment, the group of Chunyang school elders surrounding Yuan Hanjin praised him, but from their words, no one thought that Yang Chenya could enter the top 10. In their opinion, it would be good enough if Yang Chenya could stay in the top 30. If he could go one step further and enter the top 20, Ping Sheng's branch would be in the limelight this time. Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian received Yi Chenfeng's voice transmission. The young prodigies that appeared this time also exceeded our expectations. In short, there are many uncertainties in this 7 prefectures banquet. In the past, we all thought that you would have no problem entering the top 3. With your strength, you would definitely have been able to enter the top 3 during the previous 7 prefectures banquet. As for us, we have always thought that this 7 prefectures banquet would be as difficult as the previous one. However, we did not expect that some powers and some prefectures would actually think of a way to nurture young prodigies with the resources of their prefectures. Originally, I did not think much of it. Even so, if there were no prodigies with monstrous talent, no amount of resources would be of any use. However, today, Tooba Xiu from Netherworld Prefecture and Luo Yuan from Tianshan Prefecture made their moves. This completely exceeded my expectations. With their strength, they would have been able to compete for first place 10,000 years ago. There's also Lin Yuan from Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Hull sect. He can be considered as external help invited by the Flame Hull sect. Although his strength is not too exaggerated, I have a feeling that he's not weaker than Tooba Xiu and Luo Yuan. As for Mo Luo Duo, the publicly acknowledged number 1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Flame Hull sect, he shouldn't be a match for you. You don't have to worry too much about him. Apart from them, there are 2 more people you need to pay attention to. They are Han Di from the Heavens Equals sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion and Yuan Mou from the Heavens Howl sect of the Qing province. These 5 people are definitely not weaker than Ma Qihong, who is obviously stronger now. Ma Qihong, don't be careless. Although you defeated him previously, that was because he had yet to consolidate his cultivation base and underestimated you. This time, if you face him, you'll have to deal with him differently. Apart from reminding Duan Ling Tian to be careful, Yi Chenfeng also told Duan Ling Tian about the few people he felt were stronger this time. These people were likely to be in the top 3. Previously, he felt that Duan Ling Tian would definitely be in the top 3. However, there were too many surprises this time. Not only did the Netherworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have two prodigies, but the Spirit Rhino Mansion also had a prodigy. Furthermore, the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect had specially invited an external aid. As for the neighboring Heaven's Howl sect of the Qing province, they also had an extremely strong prodigy. Their strength was also beyond Yi Chenfeng's expectations. Upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Duan Lingtian was not too surprised. This was because what Yi Chenfeng said was more or less what he had expected. Among the 30 seated contestants in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet this time, regardless of whether they had concealed their strength or not, he valued 6 of them the most. Han Di from the Heaven's Equal sect of the Spirit Rhino Mansion. Yuan Mou from the Heaven's Howl sect of the Qing province. Tuoba Xiu from the Yuan clan of the Netherworld Mansion. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf sect of the Heavenly Star Mansion. Lin Yuan from the Flame Howl sect of the Profound Jade Mansion. There was also his old rival, Ma Qihong from the Ma Qi clan. Although Ma Qihong had taunted him through voice transmission before the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet, he had only responded coldly. However, the strength that Ma Qihong displayed later still surprised him. Of course, when compared to the other 5, he felt that Ma Qihong could only be considered to be relatively weak. Even if Ma Qihong's strength was stronger than the last time he was defeated by Yi Chenfeng. Don't feel pressured. Yi Chenfeng's voice continued to sound. From the beginning, the sect only wanted you to be in the top 10 of the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet. It was only after you defeated Ma Qihong that they felt you could be in the top 3. This time, even if you can't be in the top 3, it's not a big deal. It's good enough if you can stay in the top 10. 2 spots in the top 10 are already in the bag. It's enough for the sect. Yi Chenfeng paused for a moment before he continued. This time, many people think I'll be in the top 10. In the beginning, I thought so as well. However, ever since I obtained the complete soul high-grade divine sword, I've seen the path to becoming a higher God Emperor. I don't think I need this opportunity to become a higher God Emperor. In fact, if I enter the top 10, it might even interfere with my path. You don't have to think that if there are only 2 spots, senior brother Yunfeng won't have a chance. Even if there are only 2 spots, one of them will definitely be his. Yi Chenfeng said these words because he was worried Duan Lingtian would be under too much pressure. Zhen Yunfeng was the old ancestor of Yun Peak while Duan Lingtian was from Yun Peak. It was normal for him to feel pressured if he could not obtain an opportunity for Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard Yi Chenfeng's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He did not pay much attention to other things. What he cared about was Yi Chenfeng's words about seeing the path to becoming a higher God Emperor. As far as he knew, the path to becoming a higher God Emperor was difficult because it was very difficult for a middle God Emperor to see the path to becoming a higher God Emperor. This was partly because of one's talent in comprehension and partly because of luck. However, if one's talent in comprehension was top-notch, there was still hope to see the path forward. Right now, Yi Chenfeng had obviously achieved this. Congratulations, Elder Yi. When Duan Lingtian came back to his senses, he repeatedly congratulated Yi Chenfeng. You should keep this matter to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. I haven't even told Zhen Pingfan yet. Later, when you kill your way into the top 30 and obtain a spot, I'll give him and senior brother Yunfeng a surprise. Yi Chenfeng continued to transmit his voice. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he suddenly smiled. Understood. I won't tell Elder Zhen. These few days rest well. Don't feel too much pressure. When the time comes, after watching the ranking battles of the 70 people, it will be your turn. It's fine if you don't want to go these few days. When it's your turn, I'll call you. Yi Chenfeng said. No need. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. I still want to go and take a look. With my current cultivation, it's hard for me to improve in a short period of time. Watching them fight may give me some insights. Chapter 4036. That's naturally for the best. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chenfeng's eyes couldn't help but flash with admiration. At the same time, he also felt that Duan Lingtian was definitely not a fluke to have such strength at such a young age. Ordinary Heaven's Pride experts were usually proud and arrogant. They felt that those weaker than them wouldn't be of any help to them, nor would they admit that they could help them. But Duan Lingtian didn't think so. Not only did he not think so, but he also openly said that he might be able to find some inspiration from those weaker than him. In fact, being strong didn't mean that you were strong in every aspect. Those weaker than you weren't weaker than you in every aspect. It could only be said that their overall strength wasn't as good as yours. Some aspects of them were still worth learning. Duan Lingtian. Shortly after ending the voice transmission with Duan Lingtian, the group returned to the temporary residence arranged by Profound Jade Manor. Zhen Pingfan, however, didn't rush to go back. Instead, he followed Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian's residence. Elder Zhen, is there something you need? Seeing Zhen Pingfan following them, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. But in fact, he had already guessed why Zhen Pingfan followed them. He most likely wanted to say what Yi Chen-feng told him before. And Zhen Pingfan's next words also confirmed his guess. At this moment, Zhen Pingfan wasn't as unruly as he usually was, and his expression was solemn. Based on his words, he was advising Duan Lingtian not to feel too much pressure and not necessarily aim for the top 3. If not, it would be good to keep a top 10. Elder Zhen, I know what to do. You can rest assured. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, all in all, I won't be reckless. At least, I'll bring back a top 10 for Chunyang School. Yeah. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan was relieved. With his understanding of Duan Lingtian, since Duan Lingtian said so, he definitely wasn't talking nonsense. Previously, he was indeed worried that Duan Lingtian would fight to the death for the top 3 because of the pressure. If he was injured because of this, it was very likely that it would affect Duan Lingtian's fight for the top 10. In the last 7 prefectures banquet, there was a person who was stronger than him and had a chance to enter the top 10. But because he was obsessed with fighting for the top 3, he was seriously injured and couldn't recover in a short time. In the end, not only he was kicked out of the top 10, he was also defeated by him because of a moment's carelessness. He was ranked behind him. If he had been at his peak, he would have been able to defeat him within 10 moves. But that time, he was defeated by him. He didn't want Duan Lingtian to follow in that person's footsteps. It was precisely because of this that Zhen Pingfan didn't forget to tell Duan Lingtian about the past through voice transmission before he left, reminding Duan Lingtian not to be careless and not to act rashly. Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless about this. Am I that unreliable? I already told you that I won't act rashly, and you nodded to show that you believe me. But why did you bring this up when you were leaving? Are you afraid that I'll lose my mind? After Zhen Pingfan left, Duan Lingtian returned to his room and sat on his bed, thinking about the moves of the few outstanding geniuses in the past few days. Although they showed their strength, if that's the case, it shouldn't be difficult for me to defeat them with my current strength. But who can be sure that they don't have any hidden strength that they haven't revealed yet? That Mochi Hong seemed crazy when he attacked, but did he really lose his mind? He also didn't show his full strength. As for the others, Duan Lingtian wasn't too sure, nor did he understand them. However, as someone who had lost to him in the past, he couldn't be more clear about Mochi Hong in the past. When Mochi Hong hadn't consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor, the strength he could show wasn't any weaker than when he attacked in anger at the 7 prefectures feast a few days ago. The current Mochi Hong couldn't possibly retreat. What a joke! He was already so strong before he consolidated his cultivation as a high divine emperor. Now that he had consolidated his cultivation, how could he be weaker? In the 7 prefectures feast, half-soul high-grade divine artifacts are not allowed, and full-soul high-grade divine artifacts are also not allowed. Originally, the rule of the 7 prefectures feast was that half-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed, but full-soul high-grade divine artifacts were not allowed. And this was also because before Yi Chen-feng's full-soul high-grade divine artifact was made public, the 7 prefectures didn't have a full-soul high-grade divine artifact. Perhaps there had always been one. Some people suspected that some forces had one, but because it wasn't made public, it was more of a guess. However, Yi Chenfeng's full soul high-grade divine artifact was witnessed by others. The Seven Prefectures Feast added such a rule at the last minute because they were worried that the Chunyang school would act shamelessly and let others use Yi Chenfeng's full soul high-grade divine artifact. If others used it, it wouldn't be much of a threat. However, if Duan Lingtian used it, it would be a different concept. Duan Lingtian's strength was considered to be in the top echelon of the Seven Prefectures Feast this time. If he was given a full soul high-grade divine artifact, who could be his opponent? Moreover, he had comprehended the Sword Dao. Not the embryonic form of the Sword Dao, but the true Sword Dao. The Sword Dao that Yi Chenfeng had mastered. The Sword Dao combined with a full soul high-grade divine artifact, the strength displayed was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. They're quite cautious. Duan Lingtian shook his head. At the same time, he was organizing his thoughts, thinking about how to best fight those people if he were to face them. There would be a certain degree of difficulty if he wanted to completely crush them with his strength. After all, the other party was a high-level God Emperor, and the profundities that they had mastered were not weaker than his. In fact, they were even slightly stronger than his. In addition, the other party had the power of bloodline. So far, those people had not displayed the power of bloodline. Although Duan Lingtian had taken the power of bloodline into account when judging their strength, and he felt that their power of bloodline would not be weak. However, before they displayed the power of bloodline, who could be sure that their power of bloodline would not be stronger than what he had estimated? I can't be careless. I definitely can't be careless. If there's a chance, it's best to defeat them in the shortest time possible. Completely defeat them before they gather their strength. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. The second segment of the final stage of the Seven Prefectures Feast, the ranking battle, had also arrived. In this segment, Duan Lingtian and the other 30 seeded contestants were all acting as spectators. However, after a few Chunyang school disciples beside him opened their mouths, Duan Lingtian discovered that some of the seeded contestants were not present. Of the 30 seeded contestants in Duan Lingtian's eyes, 3 of the strongest 6 were not present. Luo Yuan from the Autumn Leaf School of the Heavenly Stellar Mansion, Lin Yuan from the Flame Howling School of the Profound Jade Mansion, and Mochi Hong from the Mochi family of the Tunglung Province were not present. It was obvious that they were preparing for the final segment of the ranking battle that would be held a month later, the battle for the top 30. That's right. This time, the second segment of the ranking battle would last for an entire half a month. Moreover, this was only an estimate. The actual time spent might be even longer. This was because the 72 contestants would have to fight against each other. Only in this way would everyone be convinced when the final ranking was announced. In the end, the second segment of the ranking battle, the ranking battle between the 31st to 100th place of the 72 contestants of the Seven Prefectures Feast, lasted for an entire 19 days. It was 4 days longer than the estimated time. The 19 days were completely over. Among the various prefectures and major forces, there were those who were disappointed and those who were happy. On the side of Chunyang School, the rankings of Yi Inkai, Yun Yue, and the others had also been released. Yi Inkai, 36th place. Yun Yue, 42nd place. Lan Shilin, ranked last, but at least he had made it into the top 100. He was ranked 98th. Lan Shilin was not the only one who was happy about this. Even his great-grandfather, the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Lan Jingming, was grinning from ear to ear. In fact, in Lan Jingming's expectations, Lan Shilin would not be able to make it into the top 100. He would not even be able to make it into the ambitious group. It was Lan Shilin's good luck that he was able to make it into the ambitious group. And now, it was also Lan Shilin's good luck that he made it into the top 100. This was because a few of them were more seriously injured. If they were at their peak, they might be stronger than Lan Shilin, but now they were somewhat inferior. Of course, Lan Shilin was not the only one who was lucky. There were a few others as well. Again, luck was also a part of one's strength. Therefore, although the fact that Lan Shilin and the others had made it into the top 100 made many people's jaws drop, no one questioned them. No matter what, they were only at the bottom of the top 100. Although they could receive some rewards, the lower the ranking, the worse the rewards would be. Of course, if Lan Shilin and the others had made it into the top 30, there would definitely be a group of people who would question them. But now, no one said anything. Everyone. Right now, it was still noon. The second segment of the ranking tournament had finally come to an end after nearly 20 days. Flame Howl Sect's elder Lin Donglai, who was in charge of hosting the 7 Prefectures Feast this time, announced loudly, "In 11 days, it will be the final segment of the ranking tournament, the battle for the top 30. And that will also be the final segment of the 7 Prefectures Feast this time. In these 11 days, I hope that everyone will not wander around. If not for some unpleasant things happening, don't blame us, the mysterious Jade Mansion, for disqualifying some people from the ranking." When Lin Donglai said this, his eyes were filled with a few people's fierceness. When Duan Lingtian and the others heard this, they were a little puzzled. It was only when an elder from Chunyang School spoke up and cleared their doubts that they understood the reason. It turned out that in the past 7 Prefectures Feast, there had been some powerhouses from one of the prefectures who had attacked the prodigies of other prefectures before the final segment of the 7 Prefectures Feast began. Although they did not attack directly, they used their powerful divine consciousness to deliberately injure the other party's soul and affect their performance later on. The reason they did this was naturally to injure the prodigies of other forces who were stronger than the young prodigies of the forces behind them, paving the way for the prodigies of their own sects or clans. So, for the next period of time, all of you should behave yourselves and not go out. Zhen Pingfan glanced at Duan Lingtian and then looked at Yang Qinye as he warned them with a serious expression. Chapter 4037. So ruthless. Even Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he learned that someone had attacked the prodigies of other forces at this stage of the 7 Prefectures banquet. This was the place where the 7 Prefectures banquet was held. All forces were gathered here. If they were discovered to have attacked someone here, they would have to pay a huge price. It was a very risky thing to do. However, when he thought about the significance of the top 10 in the 7 Prefectures banquet, he could understand why some people would take such a risk. If they took the risk, they might be able to help their prodigies enter the top 10. Under such circumstances, they would be able to obtain at least 2 qualifications to enter the secret realm of the sacred land. Once they entered the secret realm of the sacred land, they would have the possibility of becoming an upper god emperor. If he could become a high god emperor, this kind of risk would not be worth mentioning at all. It seems like I can't go out recklessly for the next few days. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Originally, he thought that he would not need to cultivate for the next 10 days. He could just walk around and take a look. However, it seemed like this was not a good idea. The current him was undoubtedly a thorn in the side of some forces. If they could eliminate him, there would be one more spot in the top 10. Master, I understand. At this time, Yang Qinye also responded to Yuan Hanjin's repeated warnings and expressed that he would not go out. In fact, he did not plan to go out either. Don Lincoln, prepare well. Don't feel too much pressure. Your goal is to enter the top 10, not the top 3. When Duan Lingtian returned with the Chunyang School group, Zhen Pingfan was the only one left. He looked at Duan Lingtian and reminded him again. I understand. Duan Lingtian was not annoyed by Zhen Pingfan's repeated reminders. Instead, he was grateful. After all, Zhen Pingfan did not have to do this. From the beginning, he and Zhen Pingfan did not interact like a senior and a junior. They were more like friends. Duan Lingtian remembered all the help Zhen Pingfan had given him in the past. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay him generously. For 10 days or so, everything was calm. After all, something had happened at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. With that as an example, the young Heaven's favorites didn't dare to go out carelessly even with the warnings of their elders. 10 days later, the final round of the 7 Prefectures Feast ranking tournament arrived. The 30-seeded contestants followed their respective forces to the 7 Prefectures Feast, so they didn't have to worry about being ambushed on the way. Under such circumstances, only a fool would make a move. Because not only was it impossible to succeed, There was an 80 or 90% chance that he would be caught. Once he was caught, he would be completely finished. You're quite early today. When Duan Lingtian entered the venue with the people from Chunyang School, he realized that most of the people from the various prefectures and major forces had arrived. Only a few forces had not arrived yet. This was something he didn't dare to imagine in the past. This was because in the past, Chunyang School would arrive at about this time every morning. However, each time, only half of the people would arrive at most. It wasn't as complete as now. 30 seated contestants, and a few forces have taken up 2 spots each. This also means that there are a few forces whose sects or clans don't have anyone in the top 30. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, if you can't enter the top 10, entering the top 30 is actually not much different from not entering at all. You won't be qualified to enter the Sacred Land Mystic Realm. It's just that your reputation is better. Even so, many people are still scrambling for it. Many times, many people valued things like reputation. Of course, it didn't necessarily mean that they valued false reputation. For example, at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures this time, some young prodigies from forces knew that it was impossible for them to enter the top 10, but they still squeezed their way to the front in order to show their value to the forces behind them. The better you performed at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures, the more you could show your value. Even if you couldn't enter the top 10, if you could enter the top 30, you would be valued by your sect or clan. Even Elder Yi was like this back then. According to Elder Zhen, Elder Yi only received Chunyang School's great nurturing after he entered the top 20 at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. Thinking of what Zhen Pingfan said to him, Duan Lingtian could completely understand the motivation of some prodigies present. Sometimes, it wasn't that they wanted to push forward. It was fate that forced them to move forward. If they took a step forward, their future fate might be different. And if they didn't fight, they might have another mediocre fate in the future. Everyone's here. About 15 minutes after Duan Lingtian and the people from Chunyang School arrived, all the small floating islands and the surroundings of the floating islands were filled with people sitting and standing. Obviously, everyone was present. It's time for Elder Lin to appear. The whispers of many Pure Sun sect's disciples resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Almost everyone was used to this scene at the Feast of the 7 Prefectures this time. When everyone was present, Elder Lin Donglai of the Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures, would appear at the right time and announce the start of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. This time, it was no exception. Moments after everyone was present, a figure flew in from the sky and landed in the center of the square in the blink of an eye. Feng Su stood in the wind. It was Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Howl sect. Today, Lin Donglai's face was no longer as solemn as before. There was a faint smile on his face. It was unknown whether it was because he was in a good mood or because he was happy because the Feast of the 7 Prefectures was about to end. After all, although it was not difficult to be the host of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures, it was easy to tire one out. Everyone. After Lin Donglai arrived, he announced loudly, "From today onwards, we will enter the final stage of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. The ranking battle will also enter its final stage." The 30-seated contestants did not disappoint the Profound Jade Mansion and successfully passed the challenges of the other contestants. None of them were replaced. Even in the history of the Feast of the 7 Prefectures, this is rare. Duan Lingtian had heard Zhen Pingfan mention what Lin Donglai had just said. Although there had been similar situations in the past where none of the 30-seated contestants were eliminated, it was rare for the Feast of the 7 Prefectures to be so successful. At the very least, this was the first time in the past 100,000 years that such a situation had occurred in the Feast of the 7 Prefectures. This was enough to show how astute the Profound Jade Mansion was and how powerful their intelligence network was. Presently, I presume everyone is already clear about the rules of the competition for the top 30, so I won't say anything further. I'll give everyone 15 minutes to catch their breaths and prepare. After 15 minutes, we'll begin seizing the numbered token. Lin Donglai announced loudly. As soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, The eyes of the group of young prodigies present, including Duan Lingtian, lit up. The final stage of the Feast of the Seven Prefectures was the final stage of the ranking battle. The top 30 would determine the final ranking. The rules were rather unique. Everyone would fight for the numbered tokens. The numbered tokens would be displayed in front of them. Everyone would be able to see the 30 numbered tokens from number 1 to number 30. After that, the person who obtained the corresponding number would temporarily be ranked in the top 30. After that, from number 30 onward, challenges would be issued. Number 30 could only challenge number 21 to number 29. In fact, those who were number 22 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. Number 21 could challenge number 20, but he could not challenge those who were ranked higher than number 20. Number 20 could challenge number 11 to number 19. Those who were number 12 and above could only challenge number 21 at most. It was the same for number 10 and above. However, number 3 and number 4 were obstacles as well. Number 10 could only challenge number 4 at most. Only if he succeeded in challenging number 4 and became the new number 4 could he challenge number 3. Only if he became number 3 and entered the top 3 could he challenge number 2 and number 1. The top 3 were obstacles. Being in the top 10 was also a hurdle. The top 20 were obstacles as well. If one wanted to obtain the numbered tokens, they would have to rely on themselves. Of course, this was not purely a competition of strength. There was a large element of luck as well. If the numbered token one wanted was further away from oneself, one might lose the initiative and fail to obtain the token. All in all, fighting for the numbered tokens was just an appetizer at the beginning of the final stage of the ranking battle. The real exciting part had yet to come. Those who obtained the numbered tokens at the front and those who obtained the numbered tokens at the back had their own advantages and disadvantages. Some people wanted the numbered tokens at the front while others wanted the numbered tokens at the back. However, in general, most people definitely wanted the numbered tokens at the front. After all, those who could become seeded contestants were all top prodigies of the younger generation of their respective forces. They all had pride in their hearts and were unwilling to submit to others. Duan Lingtian, what number token are you going to get? Zhen Pingfan asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. The others from Chunyang School also looked at Duan Lingtian with curiosity in their eyes. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard this. I don't care. Just take it. Whatever number it is. In fact, for those who were confident in their own strength, this segment was indeed unimportant. So what if you got number 30 token? As long as you had enough strength, you could first kill number 21, then number 20, then number 11 and number 10. Wouldn't you be able to advance further? After killing number 4, you could challenge number 3. After killing number 3, you could challenge number 1. After successfully challenging number 1, you would be able to reach the top. Getting number 1 still gives you a great advantage. At least you can rest first. In the earlier stages, there aren't many people who have the qualifications to challenge you. Zhen Pingfan reminded him through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard this. He naturally understood this principle as well. Then we'll see when the time comes. After all, the distribution of the numbered tokens is scattered, and they're further away from here. Perhaps the area I'm watching doesn't have the number 1 token, and I'll lose the initiative. It'll be difficult for me to obtain it. Chapter 4038. That's true. Hearing Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, Zhen Pingfan responded, the last part of the competition really depends on luck. 10,000 years ago, if I was lucky and the number 1 token appeared in the area I was looking at, I had a 70% chance of getting it. Unfortunately, I only got the number 2 token in the end. Zhen Pingfan sighed. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was a little speechless. Was there a difference between getting the number 2 token and getting the number 1 token? It was the same privilege. Only the person who replaced the number 3 token was qualified to challenge the number 2 token or the number 1 token. If you're not strong enough, it's useless to get the number 2 token. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. His words angered Zhen Pingfan, who glared at him. This brat was really touching a sore spot. Back then, although he got the number 2 token, he was defeated by many people and fell out of the top 10 step by step. He was not fated to return to his previous life. Otherwise, if he fought his way into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast and won 2 spots for Chunyang School to enter the Sacred Land's secret realm, Chunyang School would definitely not treat him badly. Maybe he would have become a medium emperor god by now. Maybe his strength would not be weaker than his martial uncle Yi Chenfeng. On this side, Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan were talking and laughing through voice transmission. As the time approached, the other young geniuses all focused on the field, locking onto Lin Donglai, the host of the 7 prefectures feast. He was the one who threw the number token. This part was actually the easiest to cheat in. Even if he cheated, no one could say anything because there was no way to investigate. No one could be sure that Lin Donglai, the host, had really cheated. After all, the number tokens in front of him might not necessarily not appear on the side where it appeared. After 10 breaths, I'll throw the token. Finally, Lin Donglai reminded them again. There were only 10 breaths left before the 15 minutes were up. Upon hearing Lin Donglai's words, even Duan Lingtian and the other young prodigies who were not paying attention to Lin Donglai immediately regained their composure and stared at him intently. However, Duan Lingtian was different from the others. While the others were still staring at Lin Donglai, he withdrew his gaze from Lin Donglai and looked towards the Flame Hull sect. The 2 seeded contestants from the Flame Hull sect, Marudo and Lin Yuan, were also the only seeded contestants who didn't have their eyes on Lin Donglai other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian noticed their gazes and found that they were staring in different directions. One stared at the left side of Lin Donglai while the other stared at the back of Lin Donglai. Normally speaking, as the host, Elder Lin wouldn't let the 2 from the Flame Hull sect obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens. Although it wouldn't be a big deal for them to obtain them, it would be hard to avoid gossip. Therefore, the number 1 and number 2 tokens shouldn't appear at the same time where they are staring. This way, even if the others think that Elder Lin has done something, they wouldn't say anything. It's normal for Lin Yuan and Marudo to obtain the number 1 and number 2 tokens respectively. It's abnormal for both of them to obtain the tokens. Even if it was a coincidence, it would be hard to avoid suspicion. Therefore, he felt that Lin Donglai wouldn't allow the number 1 and number 2 tokens to appear at the same time where they were staring. Perhaps Lin Donglai was the one who told them where to look. Lin Yuan and Marudo were very cautious. They only glanced at the 2 directions before shifting their gazes back to Lin Donglai. However, they didn't expect the meticulous Duan Lingtian to notice them when they glanced at Lin Donglai's side. Let's keep our eyes on those 2 directions. Who knows, we might be lucky enough to obtain the number 1 or number 2 token. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the other 2 directions. He planned to keep his eyes on those 2 directions when the competition began later. If there were no accidents, at least one of the number 2 and number 1 tokens would appear in those 2 directions. 10 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. When the time was up, the young prodigies from the various forces in the 7 prefectures, including Duan Lingtian, all extended their divine power and prepared to snatch the tokens. The key to snatching tokens was to make the first move. Whoever snatched the token first would not be able to snatch it from the others. Of course, whether a person could snatch a token depended on whether he or she had brought the token out of a certain range. Once it was out of the range, no one could snatch it from him or her. Therefore, before Lin Donglai threw out the tokens, a faint translucent light shield appeared around him. The light shield was white and didn't affect his vision. This light shield was the turning point of the token snatching process. As long as you brought the token out of the light shield, it meant that the token was yours, and no one else could snatch it from you. It's about to begin. The scene in front of them made Duan Lingtian and the others tense up. They knew that Lin Donglai would definitely throw out the tokens in the next moment. As expected, Lin Donglai raised his hand almost as soon as the translucent light shield appeared. As soon as he raised his hand, 30 tokens whizzed out like a fairy scattering flowers. They flew up at high speed and then scattered around him. At this moment, the white light shield formed by his divine power allowed in the 30 seeded contestants' divine power. Previously, their divine power couldn't enter it. Number 2. Duan Lingtian was staring at the direction where the tokens were falling one by one. Soon after, he locked onto one of the tokens and immediately grabbed it. His divine power transformed into an ingenious hand and grabbed the token immediately. The reason why it went so smoothly was because, at the moment when he made his move, the rest of the more powerful people, such as Han Di from the Spirit Rhino Mansion's Chitian sect, Yuan Moyu from the Qing State Prefecture's Howling Sky sect, Tuoba Xiu from the Underworld Prefecture's Yuan clan, Luo Yuan from the Heavenly Star Prefecture's Autumn Leaf sect, and Mochi Hong from the Mochi clan in Tonglung Province, followed Lin Yuan and Marudo's divine power. Mochi Hong and Luo Yuan followed Marudo's divine power. The other 3 followed Lin Yuan's divine power. Apart from them, the more powerful people also stared in that direction and followed their divine power. Under such circumstances, there were fewer people in the direction Duan Lingtian was staring. Moreover, there weren't many who were truly powerful. Even Yang Qianye was now following Marudo's divine power. As a result, Duan Lingtian took the number 2 token effortlessly. Before the other young prodigies who were staring in the same direction as him could react, he had already taken the number 2 token and left the white light shield. The first person to take the number token was Duan Lingtian. Furthermore, it was the badge with the number 2 badge. This kid, after recovering from the scene in front of him, Zhen Pingfan's eyes lit up. Although he had previously suggested that Duan Lingtian get the number 1 token, he actually didn't have much hope. He didn't even think that Duan Lingtian had any hope of getting the number 2 token, let alone the number 1 token. Unexpectedly, at the crucial moment, Duan Lingtian made a risky move. He stared in a different direction from the Flame Howling sect's Lin Yuan and Marudo and successfully obtained the number 2 token. As for the number 1 token, it indeed appeared in the direction Lin Yuan and Marudo were staring at. To be more precise, it appeared in the direction Lin Yuan was staring at. The intense fight for the number 1 token also began. Even the group of stronger prodigies from the various prefectures didn't know that Duan Lingtian had already obtained the number 2 token. All of them were focused on fighting for the number 1 token. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's number 2 token was also in his hands. Then he began to watch the show. Upon seeing Zhen Pingfan's gaze, Duan Lingtian grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. "My luck is not bad, luck?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhen Pingfan wasn't the only one who didn't comment. Even the others didn't think so. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be the most clear-headed one in the end. At that moment, even the group of prodigies from Chunyang School could tell that something was amiss. Moreover, many people also realized that their thoughts had been completely led by the nose by the convention of the 7 Prefectures banquet in the past. In the past, if someone from the faction in charge of hosting the 7 Prefectures banquet had made it to this stage, the host would indeed take care of that person. In fact, he might even throw both the number 1 and number 2 tokens in front of that person. Even if that person obtained one of the tokens in the end, the other token would still be obtained by someone from another faction. Under such circumstances, the various prefectures and factions couldn't really say much. However, this time, 2 people from Lin Donglai's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 Prefectures banquet, had entered this stage at the same time. Under such circumstances, if the number 1 and number 2 tokens were thrown in front of them, it would be fine if one of them didn't obtain one. However, if they obtained both tokens, there would definitely be rumors. They might even ask to overturn the situation and start over. Under such circumstances, they put themselves in Lin Donglai's shoes and felt that the 2 most advantageous tokens, the number 1 and number 2 tokens, should not be thrown to Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo at the same time. I'm convinced. No wonder Duan Lingtian has such achievements at such a young age. Just his brain alone is much older than ours. That's right. I just thought of that as well. Didn't you see that the other powerful prodigies were all staring at Lin Yuan and Mo Luo Duo? They also didn't think of this. However, although they didn't think of it now, when the token fight is over and they find out that Duan Lingtian easily obtained the number 2 token, they will think of it. When the time comes, those who get the number 1 token will be fine, but those who don't will definitely regret that they didn't know how to use their brains. Duan Lingtian heard the words of the group of Chunyang school disciples, but he just shook his head and smiled. Many things were meaningless when they were thought of after the fact. However, he was still a little surprised that he had obtained the number 2 token so easily. It seemed like it was a little too easy. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.